All right. More slop. Oh, shoot. You know what I just realized is I don't remember where my controller is. Well, I did beat Elden Ring, at least the first time I beat it, without a controller. Wait, did I? Yeah, no, I did. Because I had to memorize all the different hotkeys you had to do. Maybe it'll be the same for this one. Maybe. Who can say? This one got at least decent reviews, so I figured I'd give it a try. Maybe I should change the title. I figured you would be, Kuma. You and I have pretty similar tastes in action games, I think. Hello, Bullet. Is this a game where I want to play on controller or not? Because while it's compiling shaders, I could go look for my controller. Okay, let me go find it. It's here somewhere. Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
Akumahu donated 400 Saudi Riyals through Super Chat.
Okay. This is awkward because I don't remember where I put it now. Shoot. Thank you, Kuma. Thank you, my dude. Chat, where did I put my controller? Uh, hmm. Uh-huh. Okay. Chat, this is gonna be awkward, but I don't think I have my controller. I put it in a box, and I put the box somewhere. Everybody likes falling damage numbers. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't? Camera style, immersive, action. Do you guys want the action or immersive camera? You didn't know this game came out already? Man, I didn't either. I just launched my computer and it started up. You prefer action? Well, I assume action's gonna be better to play. Whatever. I'm gonna have to play on mouse and keyboard though. I had my controller in a box of my wires. I had all my spare wires of my controller in a box. And now it's gone. And I don't know where. The following shades have been unlocked: obsidian and skeletal. I don't know what that means, but alright. Following shades have been unlocked. Okay. Enter save slot. What was the plot, by the way? It was about the world is old and too decayed, and we must end it.
Broke his bonds. The foundling rose to the sky and became a beacon. Fulgrim fell quiet for a time. Until the Undermether arrived.
What? The under what? What did they call it?
At first, her remains were worshipped. Yet that was not enough.
Not enough.
They carved temples from her
It's never enough.
pilfered the wealth of her womb. But within her helm, a foul passenger festered, whispering madness, until it broke free. Kin turned upon kin. The temples were ravaged, her eggs lost.
What?
She feared all her ova were gone, spoiled, tainted, but one did survive. A strong one.
Are they gonna call her eggs ova for ovaries? In the dumbest naming scheme I've seen in years. Oh, let me try to tab out.
It's time, child.
What am I have no mouth and I can't scream?
Wake up.
You think you're one of them? You're not. You hatched here, but you belong somewhere else. Arise, Harbinger.
What do I have to name myself? Harbinger now? W, arise. Press W to arise. Okay, there's actually... Let's see, audio. Okay, so it's always gonna mute if I tab out. Wonderful, I always love that so much. It's the greatest. Let's see, so we have to play mouse and keyboard. How am I gonna do that? Sprint, camera shake, camera shake, camera shake. Mouse calibration, mouse sensitivity, mouse aim sensitivity. It's a little bit too sensitive right now. I'm wondering if that's going to be mouse sensitivity or mouse aim sensitivity. Vote now with your phone. I can't tell the difference. Let's turn it to like a bizarrely low number. That way if it's working, I would know. Nope. Okay. So then that's got to be mouse sensitivity. So put you back up. And we'll put you down to like that. Okay, yeah, that's a bit more manageable. So I've arisen. Giving me PTSD at Dragon's Dogma. Okay.
Go on ahead. I need a few more flowers before I can join the others.
Okay. You know, maybe I'm the secondary character and she's the main character, picking flowers and all that. Okay, the fog.
I think I feel her presence.
Did I play the first one? Absolutely not.
She's near.
Chet, you never play Souls games. They're all really bad.
If only I could be so wild and carefree today. I envy them.
Yeah, can I move now? Thank you. Oh, so there's a sprint key. Okay. Thank you for telling me the sprint key after I moved all the way.
Do something.
Okay. Except
remember us by.
flower
I'm sure
crown.
I'll see you again after the reunion. I like to imagine us all in a great field of flowers.
You know, they took the
Sun's always shining.
wrong resin
The
from
past
Dark Souls.
long forgotten.
This one was pretty original. Never play Souls games, Chet. Never do it.
Dance with me.
Not even once. Not ever. Is this not the festival? This looks kind of festival-y. Okay.
Please, don't hurt Navi.
Fetch the bucket.
No!
We need its blood for the ritual.
How could you?
Wow.
Why?
Not 1 minute into the game and we already have deer murder, Chad.
Please, let me go.
Don't be silly. We're meeting Method today.
Potentially, Raphael.
We're meeting Method today.
Me too. I'm also meeting Method. Presumably. I mean, I don't know the plot.
We're ready for you.
Am I gonna be sacrificed? Oh, don't sacrifice me. Bro, do they know how many times I died in borrowed trauma? I can't take another death,
It's
Chad.
time to claim what's yours.
Press E to claim what's yours. Okay.
This night, Haros. He was once like any mortal. Driven by the illusion of
What are we, some kind of soul frame now?
Now he's pure. A vessel to be filled. With purpose. Your purpose.
Yeah, of course this is me, Alex. That's what I look like in real life. You guys don't know because I wear a shirt.
You're more than a weapon, child. Find what remains of me.
So far as Mist Hunters, it was starting to get pretty laggy, and I think that the Sorcerer and Sword and Shield Mercenary were a bit annoying. I haven't seen any fishing minigames, no. Hello, Newfire. Okay, so I get badass Dark Souls armor, and now I learned a dodge roll. The Iconoclast. The nailed short. The untarnished seal. Okay. Do I have to dodge roll?
Your true disciples.
Can I just block everything? I don't want to dodge roll, chat. Dodge rolling is for losers. Light attack. Heavy attack. Wait, do we have jumping heavy? Wait, I can't jump. Damn it! It's another dodge game. I hate Dodge Souls. Does anyone actually enjoy playing Dodge Souls? Real men just block everything. I'm so over dodging. Can I just jumping heavy trade? I'll accept jumping heavy trading, chat. I can win with that. Jumping heavy trades or blocking. Is Newfire delayed? Someone tell Newfire to stop being delayed. Or don't, and just make him watch for like 5 minutes, and then it'll be funny. Right? Bro, I want my badass character to not just dodge out of everything like, oh no, oh jeez, oh. I mean, so far the swinging feels nice. I mean, that's good, right? By the way, you said this, and I quote, class. Wait, is this a co-op game? Do I co-op with all my best buds? Actually, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever played a Souls game in co-op. Is it better in co-op or worse? People that play it tend to rave about it. Maybe we ought to do like a 7-player Elden Ring playthrough. Can I jump? I can dodge. I mean, I found a lot of the Dark Souls mechanics actually, funny enough, worked better in co-op. Dark Souls 1, that is. Because it's not like the game was terribly difficult anyway. Ranged weaponry. Gloom-forged sidearms strike from a distance, felling enemies or breaking objects with deadly precision. Firing a sidearm costs resolve, which regenerates when landing melee hits. By default, ranged weapons will lock on enemies when aiming. Free aim is available on the game menu. When toggled, aim is unrestricted unless an enemy has been manually locked onto.
Child.
What a slag.
Oh, I couldn't even kill one dude with that. Oh, now I know what the problem was. In this game, dodging is spacebar, but in Mistfall Hunters, it was, control. Your connection to the shell has been severed. Wound your enemies with melee attacks to reclaim it. When you dealt enough melee damage, you can reclaim your shell. Each shell demands more bloodshed than the last. Shit, my shell's gone, Chad. I'm naked. You hate damage numbers? Very fast flare, how can you hate damage numbers? If only you knew how wrong you were. How do I teach you how bad your opinion is? At least the enemies don't have Elden Ring tracking. No, I bet all the bosses do. Wait, what was this doing again? Commune? Oh, no, I remember that. Okay. You think damage numbers are bad? What do you mean you don't like seeing damage numbers on enemies? Do you actually understand how bad of an opinion that is? I don't think you do. So what is this? Like some kind of mushroom? A super mushroom. Revitalized beacon. Is this my bonfire? Yeah, bonfire. Shell revived. Haros. Enter the beacon to attempt the challenge of cleansing it of all corruption. I'm gonna have to assume that's my only option here. Yep. I like knowing how much damage a weapon does, but it seems big 30, 40, 35 every time I hit enemies stupid. But that's just such a bad opinion. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that opinion is just terrible. Though I will admit that damage numbers do mean that sometimes people get a bit weird about it and require every bit of like upgrade to be insane, because some people don't like going from like 2 damage, 4 damage, like oh my god that's double, 5 damage, it's still 25% boost, and they go but 5 is only 1 more than 4. So that can end up in being a Diablo problem, where every season the numbers need to double. So it's like, you've done 550,000 damage next season. You're doing 1.1 M damage next season. You're doing 4 M damage 10 seasons later. 7 B damage. That's billion. 7 B billion. A lever. A lever I can't press. Then why even put a lever there? The Dark Souls big button on the ground. Is this game gonna be short? It better not be short.
Come.
Exploiting vulnerability. Some enemies are vulnerable to certain attacks. Try experimenting with attack types such as light, heavy, ranged against your
Learn of your
adversaries.
strength, child.
So I can give you that some people get really weird about damage numbers and refuse to play a game. I can say that some people get weird about damage numbers and refuse to play a game if they don't get absolutely absurd damage numbers. Okay, so are you weak to heavy? Oh. Said you weak to light? Oh my god, I keep pressing the wrong button. Spacebar. Because, man, I'm gonna have to rebind my stuff on, No game studio has a good ending. You just do a little bit better until you get fired. But I want that, whatever that is. Brave Knight, please take it this sword and this repeating shotgun, but don't use the shotgun too much, because it'll ruin the vibes. Cleanse corruption. The corruption has been cleansed. Return to the beacon. Returning to the beacon. Shell revived. Heroes. Is that like a class? Is Heroes like my class? I don't know what I did. I'll be right back. I get water. Path of Exile 2 teaches me damage numbers are bad. Path of Exile 2, you can't say damage numbers are bad because of Path of Exile 2, though. Like... It's not Path of Exile 2's fault that that community is dumb. One day the Path of Exile community will upgrade from Velpco shoes, but not this day. Very fast player visited Poland, and apparently they dub their shows in Polish without even, like, canceling the original dialogue. So you just hear some dude in Polish talking over the dialogue. Heroes petrifies nearby enemies, leaving them unable to act, while hardened they take no damage but suffer break damage instead. Break damage deals sufficient damage as type to leave the victim vulnerable to riposte. So, you're telling me they just have some dude. Does he have a name or is it just some dude? Is it just like a dude named like Slavojevich and he just dubs everything? He just speaks in Polish? Honestly, I think it would be ideal, like, if there was just one dude doing all the dubbing too, you know? So all the characters were just one dude. Let's see, so what do I do? Oh, I guess that heals. I guess let's just use them all then. Pick up. Permanent pickup things. You have found a permanent pickup item. Okay. I can equip it in the active or passive PP slot. Huh. Acquiring more stacks of PP items builds familiarity, increasing their active powers and unlocking new passive capabilities. Common Moonshine. Okay. Can I parry or block in this game? That's my question, chat. When do I get to parry block? I want to get a giant shield and block everything until chat goes, "No, you're not playing the game properly. No." Press F to activate your shell ability. Where is, like, like, do you have a stun gauge or anything? So you guys all just run at me and then blow up. Okay, well, I dodged. Okay. Well, now I don't have any healing or my shell. My shell, it was mortal. Okay. So is the amount of mortals that I shell based on the damage I deal or based on the attack type? Oh, it looks like it's just a flat 10% no matter what. Huh. Guys, we have movies with subtitles. No, you don't, very fast player. Upon dying, you'll be revived at a beacon. Any gloom you have dropped at a place of your death. If you die a second time, it will spoil and last forever. Everybody always thinks that that actually is hard mode, by the way, funny enough. But, I'm gonna give you the truth, Chad. The being able to pick up all your souls is actually easy mode. It just feels bad when you died twice.
You as a brother.
But you have to remember that in a normal RPG without that mechanic, you would just be loading a save, and then by loading a save, you would lose all your XP anyway, and have to do everything again anyway. Do you get it? I couldn't find any way to turn off the voiceover. The only audio options were Polska and Undefined. Both of them had Polish voiceover. Loheribus. So you're telling me Polish shows are like, you can either watch it in Polish or some weird language we can't understand. Everyone's like, that's English. They're like, never spoke it. Undefined, they say. Undefined. All languages that aren't Polish, undefined. Okay, but last time when I mortaled their shell, they didn't... Wait. Where's the fight? Aw. That's disappointing. Wait, how do I tell where my shell was mortaled? Ah, that's where I got mortaled. Okay, so that guy's Big Rock Throw Man. I'm gonna avoid Big Rock Throw Man, and we'll hide here with Slightly Armored Nightman. Okay, now we're gonna go kill Big Rock Throw Man. Wait. That wasn't very scary. Gloom. Did I level up with Gloom? Gloom. Wait, how do I open my menu? They said something about making my PP bigger. Untarnished seal. Block incoming attacks with your weapons. Time it to perfect guard. And break damage. Bro, I'm not parrying. I ain't doing that. Harbinger shall revive. When separated from a shell, the Harbinger can rebuild the connection by wounding enemies. Haros, a man is more than flesh and bone. The Iconoclast. Okay, so where do I put my PP? Oh, okay. So now... Restores resolve. What is resolve? Is that a heal? Well, funny seeing you here on the Eve of Mistfall Hunters sliding further in the hell that is mixed reviews on Steam. So what is Mistfall Hunters getting shit for? I mean, I don't think it's a bad game. I just think that the balance right now... They did that unfun thing where the two most powerful classes are also the least interesting to fight. I would actually take Shadow Strix over Sorcerer, though. But Sorcerer is not good. I do think they could try to make extraction games less punishing for people that don't normally play extraction games, too. I don't think that... Like, basically, I think that Mistfall Hunters could allow you to keep your Pip's pouch, so the items turn the Pip's pouch, and I think they could also let you keep all your currency on death as well. And between the two of those things, it would make dying far less punishing for people. Right now, it's a bit too punishing. And if you're good at the game, or at the very least, if you know what you're doing, it's not too bad. But you have to remember that that game is balanced on like a 33% extraction rate. Now, the problem with a 33% extraction rate is that the good players extract 66% plus of the time and can therefore maintain their gear. Bad players extract almost never unless they rat out, and then they don't get to experience the game because they're just ratting out. I do think for extraction games that duos, realistically, I think what they should do is duos as the default starting ground, and then maybe go to quattros. That's not the right word, but you know what I mean. What am I doing? Laterite. Chat, I'm not gonna read what that is, no matter how long it stays on my screen. What am I doing? Wait, did I come from here or am I going here? Wait, who am I? Wait, was this the area I came from? No, this was the area I came from. Okay. So they self-built their own player loss mechanic? I mean, extraction games always do that. That's part of an extraction game, is to lose everything. What I'm saying is extraction games need to drop that mentality and be far less punishing. Does that make sense? Like, basically, let's look at a gunshot wound, right? It's not great to get one, but you'd have to admit there are places you'd much rather be shot than others. Whoops. Wait, do I not have stamina? Man, it's baby game for babies with no stamina. So what do? You restore resolve. Oh, resolve is the shooty stuff. Yeah, and I'd say that's the other problem, is that they just didn't balance Sorcerer, and the way they didn't balance it feels extremely bad. I think a lot of people don't understand that, like, there's a lot of ways to balance things that feel worse than the balance is. If that makes sense to you. So, for example, Sorcerer is overpowered, but Sorcerer feels worse than just being overpowered because their primary mechanic that makes them so broken is they ignore all defenses with magic. Woo! But oh, am I supposed to be hitting those? Oh, I guess. Yeah, I would say that's a really big point, is you want the new players, you want the idiots to continue to play the game and die for the experts, but because the new players are getting blown out so hard, they're not ever experiencing the game. That's why I think a few adjustments could be made, like, for example, you could have a system where, again, you don't drop your gold, or your Gelden, or whatever they call it, on death, but you maintain it. So if you have your Pib's Pouch and you have a Gelden, you're good to go. Also, Pib's Pouch should be 3 by default, and not some weird gacha game thing to get it to 3, where it's not that hard to maintain, but then it is. It's like, what? It's possible the devs don't understand what it's like to be a new player. Well, I mean, to be fair, everyone wants to be like Escape from Tarkov, but
To bring my Nova back.
guard. Alt is guard. Bro, I'm not learning to parry. Absolutely not. Every game is different parries, every game is different animations, and learning to parry in all these different games that I play is so annoying. I'm especially not good at parrying, so by the time I actually learn to parry in a game, I'm done with the game, and then, oh great. Remember when Mark from GGG was like, wait, people are dying in maps? Bro, they seem... Okay, no offense to Mark and that other dude, but I feel like if they actually played a melee class once in their goddamn life, they would understand what it's like. Bro, even once you finish tanking and you're done with the season and like you're in perfect gear, you can still randomly die because some mob interacts with some map modifier, which interacts with some ability they have, and then multiplies the damage, and all of a sudden you get a 20,000 base damage fireball that hits you and you die in one hit. Now they've cleaned up, I would say probably about 95% of those situations, but it still happens infrequently. And due to the fact that they keep adding more mobs, which isn't a bad thing, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but they do keep adding more mobs and they keep breaking. For example, the one guy who like, he put his hands into the ground, he was like, yeah, and it like shot out a tentacle at you. Pretty typical attack for a video game, right? But for some reason, that guy did, when you went to maps and it would spawn him on maps, the end game content, he did like 5 times more damage. And in the campaign, he was particularly damaging. But then in the late game, when you're a full armor character being shred by attacks from a white mob, or in version 0.1, when he talked about that, I think it was version 0.1 where he said, wait, people are dying in maps. In version 0.1, even though it wasn't, this issue persisted for a while. The magic damage enemies, because the way that game's defense system works is you've got armor, then magic resist, right? Now, armor doesn't help magic resist until they started to do that stuff later, but at the time, it didn't. And so everyone had the same 75% damage reduction from magic, right? And so a fireball would do the same damage to a warrior that it did to a mage, but a mage has an energy shield and potentially a mana shield. And a warrior doesn't. Huh. Wait, oops, wrong button. Cleanse the beacon. Am I still in the tutorial? Also, am I lagging in game? Am I like... Is that me, or is it me watching me? Sometimes I can't tell. Oh, shoot. I should move my portrait. We'll move myself right. Wait, there's no good area to put myself. I could be up here, but that would be weird. I could be here, but then I'm blocking my character. I could be here, but then I'm blocking my equipment. I could be here and only block most of my health bar. Whatever. The stream is lagging. Okay, so it wasn't wrong. Ah, boy. What the hell? I don't have frame gen. We have everything on medium. Maybe it's just this level. No. Okay. I restarted OBS. I think this might have been an OBS problem. Huh. Odd. Very odd. Yeah, I guess this was just an OBS problem.
You ain't gonna like me.
Well, I've seen OBS screw up with more and more games. A bit annoying. Might have to move to a different program at some point. I'm gonna see if this will maybe prevent the issue from happening. Did I miss anything here? No. Okay.
Suck.
Anyway. Oh. Man, I love my damage numbers. Is that it? That's the whole level? Oh, right, there's a block button, but it's on this key. Bro, I'm gonna have to learn 70 different games and 70 different buttons on 70 different games because they're all trying to use the Souls formula now. Return to surface. Sure, I guess. The chain of bakeries? What do you mean, very fast player? When do I get to change my character? Do I get classes? I saw in the intro there were talent points. I like talent points, Chad, because you can always abuse them and break the game. It's always like, do 1% more damage, and then another one is like, do 1% more damage, and then another one is like, if you're using a two-handed weapon, deal 73% more damage, and you're like, wait, why wouldn't I just take that one with the greatsword? And they're like, oh, and you're like, but what if I just use the greatsword to take that one? And everyone's like, don't do that, that breaks the game, and you're like, what? Insert mimic tier. Stone! Ow. That was a lenient parry. I think that's why Doom the Dark Ages did bad. They were super big on parrying, and I think, frankly, people just don't like to parry. Me included. I don't like to parry. Was that necessary? I was trying to help Silent not get shitty baked goods. Yes, Silent, why don't you just not get shitty baked goods, bro?
Careful. It's quiet.
It was until you talked.
Not even a mouse. Something's wrong.
How do I spend my Dark Souls?
Can't explain it, but I feel as if there's something that I should remember. Something dangerous.
Is that a man in a pigeon costume, or is that a giant pigeon with a man's skull? I just don't like parrying as a mechanic. I just don't. I don't like timing my stuff. I want to hold block. I want to block enemies. Like, make that the mechanic. There is a way to do it, you know? Was that really a necessary aesthetic? Did you see new YouTube view watch method? I don't know what that means. So no? But what is it? Well, doesn't he just crush me now? Or is he gonna throw me across the room so we can have a fair fight? Like What's up? Oh, okay. Well, we'd hate to not have a fair fight, Chen. Oh my god. Bro, it's because it's like... It's just so... Block parry, block play, block... Like, bro, I don't know which one I'm doing. Well, shit, why didn't I just think of that? My shell bunny. Damn it, my shell was mortaled. Vatra's seal. When you grip the Vatra's seal, allows you to harden. Harden your flesh to prevent damage from enemy attacks. Attacks and movement are paused while hardened. When hardened is broken by damage, your current attack quickly resumes. Equipping different seals dramatically alters your character's abilities. Open your inventory and change equipment. Try equipping Vatra's seal now. Ugh, fine. Untarnished seal. Block attacks with your weapon. Harden your body to withstand the next attack, turning it right to perfect harden and break damage. Oh boy, I love parry mechanics, Eddie. Somebody said so I can like harden mid-attack? Oh, no. Hold on, so wait, if I... And he was never seen again. So did I lose my mortal shell? Is only my shell mortal and I'm immortal? Oh, that's why they call it mortal shell. Because only my shell is mortal, Chad. Honestly, I'm glad I named it like that. The game, I mean. Are we still in the intro? Like, bro, how much intro do I need? Am I finally outside? Is this what outside is like?
Come. Look.
Bro, you didn't warn me about the giant two-handed axe thing.
On the verge of spoiling. Perhaps the Harbinger can cleanse it.
I don't know, am I the Harbinger? Collect ovum. Collect ovum and commune with the Undermother. Why don't they just call it Undermother? Seriously, Undermother? Really?
Bring the ovum back to me.
Why are we just chilling? When did we get to chilling? When the hell did that happen? Rook's map. Open map. Morrow Keep. Am I supposed to go there? Chad, I hope I never see another cutscene. I just don't want any cutscenes ever. I want to get to the final boss, and he's like, "Ah, finally, the son of Goontown has returned." And I'm like, wait, what? and then the game ends, it rolls credits, and then it has a post-credit scene that makes absolutely no sense because I have literally no idea what happened in the entire game. Elden Ring style. Okay. I mean, I guess I should be sprinting. I thought there'd be more to this. Yep. Are we gonna? Yep. Mortal shell. Big eye next to a small eye. Okay. Huh. So is this a new best Dark Souls game? I don't know, that's what I read. Newfire was posting about it. He was like, oh my god, I love this game. I was like, you sure? He's like, yeah. They paid for the song and you'll listen to it. Am I gonna get DMCA'd? Is YouTube about to punch me?
Bearing an unspoiled ovum.
Hush.
An unspoiled ovum.
Before the Harbinger.
Press E to entrust ovum. I think I'd rather be borrow-trumming right now.
Us to safekeep this sacred egg.
But okay.
We are your humble disciples, Harbinger.
Where's my speedrun cutscene skip?
Harbinger.
Okay.
I know what you are.
I mean, that would be good.
Where you have been.
Yep, that would also be good to tell me.
Is gone,
Damn it, Harrows.
but not forgotten.
I kind of forgot his name.
Like him. Yearning for your bond.
See, a very fast player. So wait, oh, okay, I moved 1 second, I got another cutscene. Unknown shell, search area. Unknown shell, search area. Okay, so I need to mortal my shell. We're going entirely on vibes here, chat. She looks more like a caster. The shellkeeper can help you locate this shell and mark it on your map. Insufficient glimpse. Okay, well, that's a dick move. Okay, why did I even get the option then? Jerk. So we have a beacon.
The blessed mother, your
Please, the honk mother. So I guess we go over here. So I don't have a shell. Find the unblemished ova, the blessed mother's ova, her eggs. Wow, really? Okay, we're in with this. Your disciples have already managed to recover 2 ova, and you have successfully delivered 1. The rest must be found. Returning unblemished ova tomorrow, keep will yield rewards at the Gloom Siphon and progress the story.
As was foretold, you have brought more. Oh, I see you must have more important.
Yeah.
May the Nether shelter you in her bosom.
Okay, well, I'm definitely not hanging around with you. That's for sure.
Are you here to lend a hand?
Yeah. Give Muradin actuator.
A piece of her.
A Muradin actuator.
It's what makes her purr.
Weird.
Her heart's beating again. It's my fault that her innards were filched.
Okay.
She could do a lot more if we fixed her up.
The Iconoclast. Damage. Guard meter. Am I the sort of dude to just sit here and only level up the starting weapon? You know I am. Okay, well, I'll use my Ventrium. Why does my character look like a mix between a Doom Helm Knight and the villain from Sunshine? I never played Sunshine. Is that a game or a movie? Oh, a show. Or a comic book. Or a manga? Wait. You guys definitely would not read. So honestly, I don't know why I'm even asking. Okay, well, we went.
You've come far. Look. You're nervous? Don't worry. You'll get used to it. Now go.
Bro, I have no shells. I'm shellless. What? What? This does not look like a fun method of transportation. If I had to say Jet, I'd give this maybe 2-3 stars out of 10. Did I die? No, I appear to just be in the game's longest loading screen. Widow's Overlook. So it looks like we have Crown Dude and Shadow Assassin Dude. And my money's on Crown Dude. No, that can't be true. Shadow Assassin Dude. I don't know, which one do we like more? Can I skip ahead and get a better mortal shell? I bet you there's gonna be one that's like Mimic tier. And then you guys are like, no, you can't use the Mimic tier shell, it's too overpowered. And I'm like, why did they put it in the game then? And you guys are like, no. Are I not really squishy though? Oh my god. Now if we add some Elden Ring style optional combo extenders, we might get somewhere. Oh my god, that range. Bro, it's like they don't stop buffering. I have to start and stop my stream because it seems like OBS bugs out with this game constantly. Wait, no, I don't want to be here. Oh, level up. Oh wait, I lost all my gloom. I'm doomed and gloomed. Change shell and equipment. I don't think I have a shell. I'm shellless, chat. Change a mask? Huh. It's a stream. For some reason, we might have repeat issues on this one. If it happens again, we might have to not play this game, unfortunately. We'll see.
Devoted brother.
Wait, can I not fast travel from here? Change shades. Oh, it's like a cosmetic thing. That's lame. How do I do this then? Wait, which direction did I go?
It's you. I'm not sure I want to tell you anymore.
Buzz. So this is a loading screen. And then this is a loading screen. Lots of loading screens, let me tell you. I think the idea is that we're like an immortal thing and therefore we can survive fast travel like this. Still doesn't look very comfortable though. Okay, I guess take two. I want to level up first though. Enter, revisit the cleansed beacon. Oh, I'm leveling my shell up. Wait. Huh. That's it? That's how you level? Am I level? Oh, okay. Huh. That's kind of boring, actually. That attack reaches into the next week. Okay. Bro, man. I remember making a joke that Elden Ring was going to teach everybody the wrong lessons and everybody was going to use super high tracking long-range abilities. Retribution Stone. Tower Stones. Tower Stones are powerful items that can be equipped and come in different kinds. Support. Combat, infusion, ability. Okay. Compatibility. Some tar stones can only be equipped to specific weapons and sidearms. All equipped tar stones gain experience from slain foes. Then of experience, tar stones become ready to be tempered at the tar forge. Bro, it is really trying to push this whole parry system on me. Here's an idea. Absolutely not. Yeah, I only read it because the game's trying to get me to parry, and I refuse, chat. I refuse to learn how to parry. Well, no, I already know how to parry. That was phrased poorly. Remember, if you have to parry an opponent's attack, what does that mean, chat? Exactly. That means that you couldn't take it. And you have to block an attack. That means what? It was too damaging for you? What are you, a loser? Therefore, your only thing you can do is to eat their attack and hit trade, as any good man should.
Come. Let me.
Take map. Is this a whole, well, map? Okay, what are those? What are those? Corrupted gate. Okay.
Help you. You know, once I thought I'd find the eggs. The ova.
Does he have an arrow in his head?
On my own. But few remain. And even fewer are unguarded.
That was a great help, thank you. I tried to find the eggs, but they were guarded, he says. I'm like, wow, this won't be easy? Oh man, I'm glad I had you to tell me that. Imagine if I didn't. Wait, but I turned to stone. Well, ain't this some shit? Why turn to stone if turning to stone doesn't block anything? Look at his ability. Worst ability in the whole world right there, chat. What? Seemed like a waste of my time. So, gloom is souls. Wait, I didn't go this way last time. No, I went down there. Wait, but how did I go down there? Wait a minute. You already dislike the game? Okay, well, that's because you're not good at it, Alex. People like me who can beat games like this and, you know, zero death, perfect runs, we understand the true skill and grace needed to enjoy a game like this. People like you who give up, embarrassing, truly. So am I not supposed to go this direction? Are they shooting things at me? Oh my god! Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to go that way. Can't say why, just get the feeling. It's the typical Dark Souls. You have an up and a down, and up is the correct choice, and down is the overpowered choice. But, you know what you do, chat? You find an item, and then it's like, this item is way too early for you, and you're like, ha ha ha, I sequence skipped into an OP item. And then the game's like, wow, you must be the smartest man ever. Is there really another checkpoint all of like 2 feet away? I mean, okay. Games like go 3 feet, get another checkpoint. What are we, Dark Souls 3? It's okay, Chad. I've played games. I played every game. Therefore, I can slander every game. Slandering every game in the world is fun. That's how I get my kicks, Chad. I play your favorite game enough. Okay. Sure. Obviously, the cutscene into loading area so I can go down elevator is very needed. Of course, there's just not the elevator there. But I'm not pulling that elevator up and waiting. That is not happening. So what do we learn? Apparently... But I swear to God, everybody took the wrong lessons from Elden Ring. The right lesson was fun open world with lots of content and a decent combat system. The wrong lesson was literally anything else about the game. Another common moonshine. We don't do uncommon moonshine here, Chet. We can't afford it. We take whatever we can get. I mean, I do like the hitting the enemy stuff, right? Okay. Load screen into load screen. Wait, what's up going next, Chad? Oh, you got it. Another load screen. Into staging area. Why hit them? Because I wanted to break them. What do you mean? What kind of a question is that? Let's go boom. Yeah, but I wanted to break them. Maybe I'm just not getting that across. You know, chat, I feel like anybody knows I was trying to break them. Okay, so we break that thing, we break that thing. So what, now I can't break the jars, chat? This game is... Somehow that burning ground will outdamage, like, Jesusaurus, the final boss of the game. Don't ask me why, but it always happens. Oh my god! The tracking! They did learn from Elden Ring, chat. Well, to be fair, in Elden Ring, there wasn't too much tracking until you get out of the starting area anyway. Then every enemy could do a 360 no-scope on you, no problem. Okay. They kept the amazing greatsword moveset. Do movesets in this game even matter? Do they matter in any Souls game? No, serious question. Beyond attack speed and damage, does a moveset matter? Because you only ever get to hit an enemy once. You hit them one time and then they go back into their 990-second attack move. And you only get half a second to do it. That's why I find jumping heavy and blocking to be the only actual different playstyle. Wait, that time he shot me instead of the crate. Okay. Because every other playstyle is just dodge roll 900 times, attack once, dodge roll 900 times, attack once. The only differing playstyle is, oh my god. The only differing playstyle is, block and jumping heavy. But funny enough, then people get mad at jumping heavy, you know? They're like, no, you're hit trading. Okay, so I figured we'd use a gun technique. You could have shot all the barrels from afar and not fight the enemies? No, I can't, because unless I change my lock settings, I'm not allowed to free shoot. Chat, I take this game seriously, okay? The default settings are no free shooting, therefore I will not free shoot. And if you think otherwise, chat, you're wrong. You are incorrect. No man would ever break the free shoot rules. Change shades, change mask. So I just don't have a hollow soul in my hollow soul game. Isn't that supposed to be like all the fun and shit? So I guess what they're telling me is that guy has a grab. Okay. Bro, I thought we were cool. Apparently he's not cool with me. Am I supposed to have a vessel by now? I'm going to a vessel. I can't help but feel this is just an extremely long introductory section for absolutely no reason. Oh, this time he did a different attack. I thought it was like a pre-scripted grab, so the game would be like, look, he's gonna grab you. Jay, you know the most bullshit enemy in any Souls game? You know I'm gonna say it. The grabbing enemies from the Dark Souls 3 swamp that could, like... hit you with a grab from across the map. Oh my god, that tracking! Okay. So I have... okay. Bro just made Elden Ring blush with that level of tracking. Holy shit. I think he actually... I think it's actually just 100% tracking. I gotta fight another thing, but the thing I want is right there, buddy. What are you? Not tanky, I'll tell you that. Okay, so this is my unknown shell. Now I'm hoping this is all just an introduction and now we're good, yeah? Inhabit unknown shell.
Finally, the hexapod.
Hexapod.
Its brood. When the vessel crashed, I lost it again. along with my memories, my weapons. I need to find them.
Yes. I mean, it was either the girl or the rogue, and I think she's probably the closest thing to a warrior. I'm just going on an aesthetic vibe. She's armored. The other dude was like a hood. The hooded character is always like, nah, I used my shadow teleport. It's always a shadow teleport every time.
Hunger's a universal language, right?
What?
See? We could be friends. How about another?
But why not use biosampler on stranger?
Easy. I'm not your enemy.
What
the hell was that?
Bro, I think that would hurt a lot more than that. She tore through muscle.
Your blood is clean. We may converse.
Is this like Warframe?
You know the common tongue?
I probed your mind. You are Merrick, a merchant.
You got that from stabbing me?
The biosampler does not stab. It probes.
Right.
Bro, her ass is so big, it's actually, like, distracting. It is not at all with the aesthetic of the rest of the game. It's so off-putting.
You will assist me then. We must find the hexapod.
Who designed this?
Sure. But you'll owe me. Strange woman.
You may call me Proxima.
Switch to Proxima. No, you know what, Jed? I don't want to ruin the vibe. I guess we'll just go get the other guy. Why not? Jed, if I use that shell, the vibe will be all off. It is such... Like, bro is like the fucking King Gunner over there with how they designed that. What the shit? Oh, is this not a save point? Odd. We have to try for science. Bro, it's like distracting. It's like off-putting. It's too much. I don't know what they were thinking when they distracted everybody with that design. Like, what are they doing? That's not a snail. Gloom and Doom. I'm sure the master of clickbaiting. I didn't clickbait anybody, bro. That's what I read. I read the title. Is this the new best Dark Souls game? So I was like, screw it, let's make that my title. Is it? Is it the best? Now you guys, you vain, simple-minded creatures, you're like, well, I don't know, man. Devout Chalice. Okay. Can be traded for 100 coins, sure. Restores 20% health over 30 seconds. Well, that seems better. Sidearms. Seals. I think I'd rather just have regular block. Materials. The thumbnail's probably not great, I'll grant you that. What are the impressions beyond the fact that it's the most Dark Souls game ever? I mean, I like the animations and I like hitting enemies. That's pretty satisfying for me. It's got a good vibe. Like, you have to make melee always, you know, impactful and vibey, right? Like, am I wrong, chat? I'm not. Every system needs, like, Guthuk melee that feels like Guthuk. This path is blocked by corruption. Once enough over are collected, the gloom siphon will dispel a vapor to cleanse the path. Okay, so how do I get to Edgelord? It seems that way, tut tut. It's on a Warframe system. How do I even... Okay. What was I gonna say? Something, I don't remember. Okay, so how do I get down there to Edgelord? Through the giant frog? We could wait till the PoE 1.0 big reveal. I mean, I'm gonna assume it's gonna be swords, right? Like, there's no way. I just hope they don't continue to make maces faster to try to compensate the people who just want swords. Maces should be slow and kaboom boom, right? Okay, fine, chat. We will change... not shade. Change shell. Fine. We will activate Proxima. Proxima fires a hook from her left arm, pulling enemies into range before striking with a follow-up attack that inflicts lightning. Bow sampler, F. Oh, okay. Proxima has a 15% chance to mitigate melee range damage. Mitigated damage. What? You have a 15% chance? That's not reliable. What the hell? I think Path of Exile is pretty good already. No swords, no daggers, no axes. The game's bare bones as hell. From a melee perspective, yeah. But then again, I legitimately don't think the devs play melee. Biosampler! Oh. As is tradition. The grab from heaven. Bro, they don't leave anything to chance. Teleporting full tracking moves. Magic is pretty good, Tut Tut. You're running on full haterade right now. Okay. Wait. There we go. They stick a bunch of watermelons in my back pocket. Might as well have. Wait, what? I did like the undead rework they were doing, Kuma. You're right, though. This character looks modded in. Right? Bro, you see, feels like the sort of character you download off someone's Patreon of, like, sexed up Mortal Shells 2. And the bro would be making, like, $5,000 a month purely on his shit. What was I doing? Oh, right. The Warhammer 3. Yeah, I like the Warhammer 3 Undead rework. I'm hoping... They said they were adding Templehof guards or something. Are undead gonna get more melee? Am I supposed to block that attack, maybe? No, they did an attempted siege rework, but they never put it to live. Okay, my bad. Okay. I didn't try it out, Kuma, because I just had nothing I felt like playing anymore. And when I mod the game enough that it's actually interesting and a challenge, it actually starts being really unfun. And I'm not really sure how to do that. Basically, if you guys have ever played Total Warhammer, you have to use high enough difficulty that the enemy can like 3v1 you with armies. But then you need to mod it so that those armies are actually worth anything. But then it kind of becomes really unfun because now you're... Yeah. I have to play a faction I legitimately... What? Oh my god. That attack feels a little bit much. Oh wait, he was hit stud. You all saw it? Far be it from me to suggest that the quadruple attacking attack that hit stuns you into the whole thing if one thing hits you with perfect tracking at 360 directional movement while also teleporting next to you might seem like a little bit annoying of an ability. Anyway, the biggest issue Total Warhammer has is the whole... Like, I make fun of it in this game, the whole, like, don't use that, it's too overpowered thing, right? But, like, that mentality is so bad in Total Warhammer. The whole, like, we're gonna leave this thing really OP, just don't use it because it's really overpowered, right? Where it's like, don't use this hero, it's really overpowered. Don't use this faction, it's really overpowered. Don't use this mechanic, it's really overpowered. Don't fish for items to equip your guys, it's really overpowered. To the point where you're just sitting there like, okay, can I play the game or not? And the devs are like, no, that's really overpowered. Okay. I can see this is definitely not gonna be in my top 10 list. My dodge roll spamming? Yeah, Chad. Because the guy who holds his attack then instantly teleports next to you, no matter how far away you are, and then also command grabs you for your entire health bar off that attack. In again, a 360 instantly tracking thing. It kind of makes you think, oh fuck. But like, okay. League of Legends when? I'm pretty sure you're still allowed to play it, aren't you? Did they ban people from playing League? If they didn't, they should have. The only thing I can do is spam dodge roll into that, man. It's such an oppressive attack. I wonder if other people go... If you play Overwatch, you just go into random unrelated streams and ask, Overwatch, when? Bro, like... What are these attacks? 360 full tracking, teleport next to you, swing, swing, wait, swing, swing, wait, swing. Like, okay. Okay. Well. So wait, I need to use... Okay, so the vibe I'm getting here... Okay, so I use my stamina to do my special attacks and my gun attack. But which is better, stamina or gun? Okay. Okay. You know, I knew back in 2021, when I was playing Elden Ring, I thought, oh boy, I guess this is it from now on. And sure enough, I knew this would be it. 360 tracking teleport moves were gonna be the new thing. And, from then on, no one would ever try to make bosses that do more than just force you to memorize it, the dodge roll spam. I'm stuck? Okay, let's just... That allows everybody's second favorite thing, optional combo extenders. Whoever came up with the idea for optional combo extenders is like the Souls version of Satan. Quote me on that. Whoever it was, chat, whichever guy in history decided optional combo extenders should be a thing that every normal... Now, like, if you have a special boss with optional combo extenders, sure. But optional combo extenders now given to every single enemy in every single Souls game. In my opinion, Super Satan. Reverend Gland. Consume it a beacon to increase your ability to use Mother's Pulse. What the hell's a Mother's Pulse? Is that Mother's Pulse? Oh, that's +1 healing. Follow-up question. The guy who decided to invent increasing your healing potions, I'm gonna say it, chat, basically Hitler. But you might be saying, why? Because when you increase your healing potions, it means that the enemies now need to deal more damage, which by late game means every enemy needs to kill you in one combo, or you heal back to full. Here's burn and grants burn mitigation. Okay. How good is block in this game anyway? Do you take full damage on block? Actually, it's one thing I don't know. We can check. Oh no, we don't. That's interesting. I'm so used to block being worthless in games like this, frankly. Did that enemy just do 4/5 my health bar with one attack? What's an optional combo extender? So when a character... I have a really easy way to... Optional combo extenders are things like this. Where, depending on where you are, and depending on what it does, it rolls a dice and it decides whether or not it's going to continue the attack. So, Morgott, let's see. We can open with diagonal swing left-right, into fast horizontal swing, into cool double swing, into side hop swing jump, into optional combo extend spear throw, into optional combo extend spear jump. Oh, you guys can't see. Hold on. Into everybody's favorite because optional combo extenders on Morgott actually just roll a dice whether or not they're going to go, and they can actually lead into other abilities, which can lead into other abilities. See, now he's at range, so an optional combo extended back into his spear, which can optional combo extend back into his melee. So he needs to not be at range anymore, or he optional combo extends spear. But he doesn't know that because he hasn't data mined the game to know how to play. He's got optional combo. Yep, I told you, is the spear again because he went to range. The dev seeing literally anybody do anything that isn't a dodge roll against Morgott. They're just like, well, first off, absolutely fucking not. How dare you? So running out of his abilities to zone them rather than dodge roll them, optional combo extends. And he doesn't know it. This goes on for a while. Is that still in the game? Yes. That's kind of neat. No, I could explain what happened. So, the guy didn't know that when you run to range, he can optional combo extend at the end of his combo into the javelin, and then when he goes into melee, he can then optional combo extend again. So his best bet would be to have stayed at range and dodged again, but he dodged back in thinking Morgott was going to end his combo, and it didn't. So he kept going into melee, dodging everything, backing out when he thought, oh my god, this combo never ends, I need to generate space. By trying to generate space, Morgott then threw his spear, then he thought, I can now punish his spear. No, you can't punish him for anything. And it just kept going and going and going and going and going and going and going. And that's why people came up with the jumping heavy trade. What's the jumping heavy trade? The jumping heavy trade is an ancient technique passed down for generations where you do a jumping heavy because enemies have a really hard time hit stunning you out of jumping attacks for some reason. Don't ask me, I don't make the rules. And so what you do when you decide you're tired with the game's bullshit is you get two massive weapons and then jumping heavy into the enemy. Do you get it? Now, they hit you, but you hit them. Then you do it again. They hit you, you hit them. Then you back off. Then you heal. Then you jumping heavy. Then you jumping heavy. And eventually, you'll get a poise break. Do they call it poise break? The thingy. You'll get the thingy. And then once you get the thingy, you then can do another jumping heavy into a, execute move. Is that what it's called? I don't remember. And by then the boss should probably be dead, or at least near to it. Yeah. Exactly, Kuma. And so a lot of people who are fed up with the system just started to do jumping heavy hit trades. And you might be saying to yourself, but no, how do the devs counter you from having fun with the game? So what they tried to do in the expansion was give some of the bosses such ludicrous damage in their trades that they would end up out-trading jumping heavy. Now, of course, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? It didn't work because people just got more damage on their jumping heavies. People found a way to min-max with the expansion content to where their jumping heavies were doing... And I'm just spitballing. I don't remember. It was, I think it was 210 damage, or maybe it was 2,100. It was 21 something. It was a lot of damage. I think it must have been 2,100 damage. And I think some people even got their double jumping heavies up to 2,300 damage. Either way, it would do so much damage that it would actually work. $2,100? Okay, so yeah, I was right. 2,100. Funny enough, people always say, like, you're just a hater. Bro, I know more about your favorite games than you do. That's why I hate on them. Whoa. I got my hater's license, chat. Obsidian plate. Bring Franz to discover its true purpose. To be fair, if that was in Dark Souls, it would be like, Obsidian plate. There once was a man who had a thing, and then he did stuff, and you'd be like, I have no idea what they want me to do. Some lore video would be like, well, actually, if you paid attention to his 23-minute dialogue before killing yourself from being bored, you would know that. I love every game. I mean, I like games with good concepts, even if they have poor execution. Like, what's his name? Blah 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 blows MechWarrior 5. Wait, so how do I leave? Do I just starve here forever? Wait. Day 3, freedom is in sight. Atop of the gate, the latch sits exposed. If only I to reach it, but last, all I have is this quill. Oh, it's giving me things. Okay. That's why it's giving me things to hit, so that I can hit that. That makes sense to me, Chad. It makes sense to me. Where am I going, though? Okay. Do we go here? Am I done with it? Does it just end? When we're playing Skyrim? Oh, see, we're borrowed traumaing. I'm sorry if you don't enjoy death from surface pressure. Sorry. Death from water pressure. There we go. But you know what? It's who I am now. It's who I am. Okay, would that be it? Do I just go back to the surface? Would it tell me the dungeon is done? Is it a dungeon now? I assume so. I think I cleared everything. That's fine. All I did was die, Aussie. Although, oh my god, those modded super husks were funny as shit. What are they called? Chimeras? The crew actually couldn't damage them. I actually suggested something, but I was dead, so people couldn't hear me, so I was just musing to myself. But my actual suggestion was, I think their literal only hope of killing the Chimera husk was to lure it next to the nuclear reactor and blow themselves up. And then everybody else could sit far enough away that only one person would have to die. I legitimately couldn't think of any other way they could beat it. There's a Chimera husk. Okay, so the lore of borrowed trauma is basically that there's, you know, you're on the moon of Europa, you lose contact with Europe, sorry, not the moon of Europa. You're underwater in a submarine. That sets it up, right? Okay, there's your general plot. the main villain of the game can either be taken one of two ways. It's either the abyssal super underwater monsters. Personally, that's not the real enemy. Obviously not. They're too weak once you reach even mid to end game to be that big of an issue, right? The actual end game is the Husk. Husk is basically a Resident Evil meets Dead Space type zombie virus. And they have the kind of idea of mutating from both combined, you know what I mean? And Husks the Chimera Husk is a super Husk, Resident Evil style. Wait, are Chimeras in the base game now, Swiftente? I thought that was barotraumatic. Am I gonna play Star Wars XCOM? When does that release? Oh, maybe I should have gotten that instead of this game. Who could say, Chad? Whoa, buddy. There's super rare spawns to spawn mod up their spawn rate. Oh. Huh. I thought they were so tough. I thought they were barotraumatic. They have a ability where they lunge at you and grab you and drain your health. And they literally could not damage it enough to get past that. Funny enough. Because, well, they literally ran out of ammo. They were shooting it. And then at some point they stopped and thought, wait, I was dead, so I was just watching the whole thing play out. It was very funny to me. Oh wait, I keep my health? That's boring. I thought I'd oh shit, he's got an accordion. I mean, if I had not died in my Gungeoneer, I could have created a mini atom bomb. Or I could have gone with the fission laser. But I died. How did I die in my Gungeoneer? Oh, right, we got... Oh, no, that was the guy who got crushed by the ship. Or was that a different guy? Let's see. One guy died from a mud raptor swarm. Another guy died from being crushed by the ship. And then the last guy got dragged into a gravity sphere. Which I could have lived on if people had believed me. As we were in the alien ruin, and someone opened a trapdoor, and one of the enemies, knock?
I left my offering as instructed. It's out on the banister. Now leave me alone.
Listen.
No more coin to spare. Be gone.
Can I dump? Okay. What was I gonna say? I got dragged into a trap room by one of the alien machines. And I kept saying, open the door, but everybody was terrified and wasn't opening the door. And so it dragged me to a gravity sphere and crushed my body. Personally, it wasn't even my fault. I did literally nothing wrong. So I guess we go cleanse this thing, eh? Where am I going? I totally forgot what I'm even doing in this game. I kind of just like hitting things with a sword. Imagine playing this and not the best Souls-like ever made, Lies of P. Is Lies of P any good, chat? Proxima. Oh! Oh, they level up. That's pretty cool. They got like abilities, maybe? Well, I'm not leveling that thing up, so... Let's level up here. Then my shell gets more health, I get more health, I get +1 base damage, and I get more shell points. What is the shell point? I don't know, but I got one now. Oh wow, it's actually only 23 over the amount needed. That's amusing. Cleanse the beacon. No other Souls-like lets you turn into a dummy thick Cenobite. This is clearly the superior Souls-like. Yeah, I don't know what's quite happening with that one. Like, surely at some point someone said, does she really need to be like that? Serious question, does she really need to be like this? Bro, it's distracting. I'm sorry, but it's like, you guys ever watch that show, Game Overs? It feels in a way kind of like that, where it's just like, really? The bondage scenes were important to the plot? Okay. The giant ass is very important. How can you play the game without it? Well, that's what I'm gonna do, Canoodles. Wow, I only just woke up. What time are you leaving? I have no idea what that guy said. It translated some of it. I have no idea what he's saying. I don't know why he thinks I can read that. Another laterite. Wait, do I have to go all the way back to the main base to upgrade every time then? Wouldn't that get tedious? Have people in chat who can read? Man, you guys are lame shit. What, is that like the big muscular dude? Like this is the cultist who works out? Okay. First off, ow. Bro, he's the cultist they told you not to worry about. So everyone else just spits poison and shit. And that guy's got really big muscles. They're like, oh yes, all our cultists are here today. You shall all learn how to use your stabs to spit a poison ball. Except for you, you get the giant hammer. He's like, why do I get the giant hammer? They're like, you know why. Okay, so we got another glimpse. He ate everybody's food. They're like, do we get fed? They're like, no. Giga Cultist needs it all. He's just like sitting there snoring. Yeah, I need more. You gotta give me more food. He's got accordion! Not to be that guy defending, but maybe just speaks another language. I didn't ban him. That was Reaper. I don't know. Reaper just got like really racist or something. I don't know. What happened, chat? I accidentally... Hold on. There we go. I accidentally pinned a message. I was trying to get him to clarify, and Reaper was like... Well... In the first game, you get a hurdy-gurdy. What? Literally just what? In darkness, all shall be revealed. By the light of day, the truth remains sealed, and yet in darkness, all shall be revealed. Does this game have a time of day system? Or do I need to cast darkness? Yet in the darkness, all shall be revealed. I don't know of any ability I can do that creates darkness. Do you guys know? Consumable? Anything? Yeah, maybe if I just... Am I in? Damn. Okay, Chad, give me advice here. Anything at all. Speak friend. I'd enter. Okay. Let me try this one more time. By the light of day, the truth remains sealed, and yet in the darkness, all shall be revealed. Do I have to, like, make those ribbons block it? Well, this is definitely the unknown shell. So, like... How do I come back at night? Can I wait? Is there waiting? A burnt effigy. Ventrium. Atriar said night is hard mode. But I need to get into the tomb. Is that not the tomb of the unknown Sheller? Okay, you know what? Let's just go down. Maybe it's just a simple matter of searching. Okay. Sure. That guy in chat. What an interesting fella. Beer! Oh, moonshine. So we're very much an exploration-based game with having to pick up multiples of each item, huh? Wounding stone. Inspect. Melee attacks increase perforation. Perforation. Slaying foes grants stone leech stacks. Wounding stone. Increase riposte damage. Consume 30 resolve to infuse your weapon with blood curse. Oh,
Wish to harm another soul.
he's just laying in the ground. Okay.
There was a remedy. Nectar, some called it. But I had no coin. What choice did I have?
You know, using the American healthcare system, he could have chosen to just die.
Locked.
I don't think that. Okay. Why do we get Edgy Shadow Dick as my first character? I don't want to be an edgy Shadow Lord, Chad. I want to be like a knight. What happened to my knight?
Empty.
I just want to be a knight. Why would he? Okay.
What are you doing here?
Look at me. Your remedy. I need more.
I see. The rash has worsened. But I'm afraid more would be unwise. It's quite potent.
We'll see about that.
Please, you're going to hurt yourself.
I'm already hurting.
Bro keeps putting glass shards everywhere. Switch to TL. Okay. TL gains Shadow. I fucking know it. Chat, like you make fun of me for memeing, but like I'm not memeing. I knew it was gonna be the Shadow Edgelord. Like, bro, it's not even. Okay. Deal gains Shadow and perform a Shadow Strike with a Shadow Dagger, using Lingering Shadow and Shadow Strike to gain Shadow. Dashing just before getting struck grants Teal Shadow and infects Shadow damage with Shadow. Aren't I supposed to get, like, maps or something? How do I know where to get a map?
You've done well. Perhaps you
here's a map.
are this harbinger.
Neat. Does that ability count as darkness? I mean, it should. Shadow and darkness go hand in hand, chat. You have to shadow in darkness. So, your shells are your abilities, but your abilities are also your abilities. Okay, so I got all the shells. Am I just supposed to go back now? Huh. Well, wait, now what do I do? I don't want this loser. I don't want to be stealthy. Screw that. Shadow! Shadow strike! They seem to have taken shadow damage. Now all I need is my lingering darkness. I can switch my shell, but I only have 2 of them right now. I need to get one that's cooler. You know what I mean? Okay, so is there any, like, teleporting or anything? It's where I killed those things earlier. Well, that one thing earlier. Is there a fast travel system? Or am I hauling my ass back to the Citadel? I guess I'm not too far away. No, that's not the button I wanted. Level up. Return. Oh, there we go. Return to Morrow Keep. Oh, wait, hold on. How's the game so far? Fine? I don't really enjoy the bosses, but I mean, I kind of had the same opinion on Elden Ring, funny enough, that it was a great game if not for the bosses.
Shelter you.
It's weird how these games are actually like 2 games taped together with duct tape, where you have the boss game, which is all dodge, 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 hit once, dodge, 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 hit once. And then you've got the entire literal rest of the game, which plays extremely differently.
When you arrived, you must have something.
Okay, so where was the mother with like the souls? Opening this chest will unlock a new shade for Proxima. No, thank you. So we picked up the thing, I think. The thing that allows us to ask for rumors of a shell. Ah, here it is. Nope, this isn't it. What am I talking about, Chad? Nobody knows. Okay, there should be like the mother room. There we go.
The thief. Let us discover his purpose together.
Great. We also learned from Elden Ring that mouths shouldn't move in dialogue. Shell abilities. Shellbilities. No, I don't want any of that.
I am Zarel, though.
Okay. So which one do I want then, Chad? I mean, that guy looks like he'd be cool. Maybe he's got like a skull mask. He's like a knight, maybe? I don't know. Is that guy? Wait, isn't that just Proxima? Oh. Damn it. Okay, so there's this guy. Okay, he looks like a generic knight. I think that's about what I want. That guy's not wearing a helmet. It's kind of a turn off to me. That looks like a wizard, obviously. So I'm gonna be a normie Nuremberg chat, and I'm gonna find this guy. No, we're not getting Onion Knight. We're gonna get normie Nuremberg.
Loathsome night.
Fine. We'll. Oh, I don't have a glimpse, Chad.
Redemption.
Oh, he has a knight.
Till the end.
Oh, it's perfect, Chad. I'm so smart. Hold on. Let me be right back. I'm gonna get some food real quick and water. I'm dying. See, I knew that was going to be the knight, by the way. Because, here's the thing. In game design terms, it was really obvious that the first character to the right would be the most basic character. So I figured it was either going to be this guy or this guy would be the generic Nightman. That makes sense. Because the devs would want to give people who they want. Then it makes sense. They would put the more out there characters in the back, so you didn't accidentally, you know, use your reveal on a character that's a bit niche. I think that's where I want to go. Unsure. I haven't played nearly enough, I think, to recommend or not recommend the game yet. Very much seems to be a high damage sort of game where you don't want to get hit much or at all. I didn't play the first one though, so I can't say whether or not it's going to be some great game. I can say that the greater Souls community, so to speak, seems to be enjoying the game. So first off, ow. These guys are tanky. Did I get anything for this? Huh. New familiarity level. Okay, can be used one additional time. Oh! Okay, I understand now. I equipped it as a passive. Don't understand the differences between this, so. game looks bad and boring. Well, let's see your Souls game, Rock Paladin. Yeah, he hasn't even made a Souls game. Shadow Strike! Gun! 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 There's a studio in Eastern Europe that churns these games out like McDonald's cheeseburgers. What do you think, chat? Is he right? Is his slander accurate? Are these games a dime a dozen? Well, it looks like I can't even go over there yet, then. I would need this path. Once enough ova are collected, the gloom siphon will dispel a vapor. Maybe there's a path here that it's not listing? No. I guess I just literally can't go there then. Shadow Strike!
Praise be, Harbinger.
Gloom siphon. How do I know if that cleared the path or not?
Praise Metha.
guess we just hope for the best. Kind of cool they get your own cult. Yeah, but I have my own cult data game, so it's not that different for me.
At Rock Paladin 9031 donated $20 through Super Chat, smiley face emoji.
Thank you, Rock Paladin. What is the R29? Oh, is that the big rig? Over the road racing? Its main issues were, despite being really cool, aesthetically, the captain's room having a window was, really bad. Because you would be... You'd be, walking around, and then... Or sorry, I guess you'd be swimming. You'd be swimming around. Stab! Still. What? What was I gonna say? You would be swimming around in the submarine, and then a fish would come up to the ship, and it would go right into your captain's window and eat the captain, which was really bad. There were multiple times when we'd just be sailing around and then the captain would just get deleted. And you'd be like, oh, okay. Captain's just dead, I guess. Okay. Very deadly dude, apparently. Ah, okay. Black Ridge Cliffs. Well, no, I'm not trying to do Black Rig over the road racing. Where am I? I don't think I'm going in the right direction. Supposed to be down there. Or maybe not. I mean, I don't really even know anymore, chat. This game's trying to be very Dark Souls 2-ian in design. Yeah, I'm gonna use that as a descriptor. Dark Souls 2-ian. Where it's like, you can go anywhere, do anything. And I'm like, okay, but like, where do you want me to go? And then the game will just be like, I don't know. You know, could you give me any instruction at all? The game's like, no. Know what I mean, chat? Yeah, you guys know. Okay, so we want to go up there and find out whatever this fog thing did. Alright.
On your
I think that was the most tracking I've ever seen in a Souls game. Stab him! Oh wait! The Giga one is gonna fight the other one. Giga Cultist. Oh no, Giga Cultist lost. Shit, if I could just teleport and have my attack land on enemies, it would be great. Very Dark Souls 2-ian right there, chat. Just to get this right. They decided to put a guy on a bridge with a 360-degree tracking ability that knocks you back to knock you off the bridge. The thing that I like a lot about Souls design is people always say, like, this design is fair. And I think to myself, okay, but is this even the tiniest bit fun? Like, sure, it's fair you can do that, But why is there an enemy put on a bridge designed to be able to knock me off the bridge with perfect tracking? Okay, so these little fuckers heal and shoot poison. Okay. Stab him! And this guy's AI seems to break down when I go stealth, and he doesn't know where I am ever again, which is amusing. It's happened twice, so it's definitely a thing. This is a sitting platform? I don't think it does anything. I mean, it probably does if I... I don't know. Wear a specific item doing a specific emote at a specific time of day. And that's how you unlock the post-game content. I mean, I like chopping all the little dudes, chat. They're fun to chop. You kind of just go chop, chop. When a Souls-like game gives me the you can go anywhere, anytime vibe, the first place I do is do a YouTube video titled Best Boss Progression Route and Combat Tricks. With no direction as to the developer intended route, it always, always, always turns into a system of, oh, guess I'm not supposed to go there anymore. That's too overpowered for me to fight. And, I'm so weirdly over-leveled. Now you might say, how are the two related? But oh, okay. Inevitably, any game that you can go anywhere, anytime, is really saying, okay, so there's obviously an intended route, we're just not going to tell you. On your second playthrough, you can enjoy it a bit more. And by enjoy it, I mean find the really OP item that allows you to trash all the game content. Two routes, Dark Souls 1 dungeon formula is still the best. Well, I'm gonna go with yes on that, because there was clearly a correct route and an incorrect route, and the only singular reason that you could actually do the incorrect route at a decent level is because the incorrect route, the down route, had way too easy a boss. So Dark Souls 1 had its own issues with the whole 2 routes. I legitimately think 1 route with optional side content is probably the best way to go about it. But then the optional side content runs into the obvious issue of, what's the obvious issue, chat? That's right. The obvious issue is that you can then overlevel yourself if you do too much side content. I would say if they really want to do an open area, what they need to do is lock the open areas into different corridors, I'm going to call it, something like that. So, for example, you can't unlock a new area until you're level X. And then, okay. Then once you're level X, you can then properly go to that new area. You know, something like that. Tooth of Noshte. It shouldn't have been unlocked until you completed the game 1 time at least. Well, the shotgun can hit him really easy because he's old legs. The thief key, now for those of you guys who don't know, the thief key in that game allowed you to sequence break, but if you happen to take the thief key because it just seemed like something useful, then you could sequence break yourself into an area that you were doomed at. But you might not understand why. Now, to give you an example of this, right? To give you an example, there was one area you could thief key into real early that didn't seem like you were sequence breaking, or at the very least didn't seem like you were sequence breaking that much. And you would open a door, and on the other side of the door would be Havel, a giant, heavy armored guy who kind of just one-shot you. And the thing is, you don't really know that you're not supposed to be fighting Havel at that point. So you might think it's just a challenge of dodge all his attacks, don't get hit once. But no, you weren't just supposed to be doing him. Synaptic Vessel. Consume beacons to improve your mother's pulse efficiency. Revitalize the beacon. Shell revived. TL. Improve the efficiency of my healing flask. Cleanse the beacon. Level up my beacon. I can't do that. I could assign shell points. What the hell is a shell point? Each level improves shadow points. Refund all shells. I have 3 shell points and it will take me a glimpse to open this one. Thief Key made Dark Souls 1 drastically more replayable. I mean, it could have. You must discover the shell's full name at the Shell Keeper. Okay, my bad. They went back to Dark Souls 1 and remastered it with a better ending. Man. Though to be fair, their current games play so much different than Dark Souls that it might even confuse people into thinking they can still make good worlds. Having the save file editable by a bunch of cheaters made it much less replayable. I mean, is PvP that big a deal? Wait, it's me! If I had a tail. Wait, do I have a tail? I don't think I do. So what's the plot of Mortal Shell, Chad? Why am I using shells? Didn't Demon Souls, the remake, get a bunch of hate because it wasn't awful? And the people were like, wait, but this game sucks. You didn't make it suck. This isn't true to the original vision. Stab him! This day is the only game that made worth buying my PS5. You guys don't think the PS5 is good games? I mean, it's got... What does the PS5 have? Did they get a Final Fantasy for it yet? Wait, when was the last Final Fantasy? Hold on, I need to look this up. Final Fantasio. Final Fantasy XVI. Wait, they just don't make Final Fantasies anymore. So there's one in 2016, and then it took them 7 years. Okay, so I know why they don't do anything anymore. Bro, how did it take them 7 years? And which one was this? Was this the one with all the dude bros pushing a car? Or am I crazy? I don't know. I guess they just don't make Final Fantasies anymore. Wait, so the last one they made... Oh, for fuck's sake. So the last one they made was back in 2023. And it was the one that was pretty mediocre. Oh wait, was Final Fantasy 15 any good? Square Enix absolutely refused to make traditional Final Fantasy games even for the number of titles. Well, you gotta remember that, like, they're fighting nostalgia, and a lot of people are nostalgic for the older titles, but I'm gonna give you a secret, chat. Are you guys ready for the secret? The secret to Dio's power, it's... the fact that those games are so goddamn easy that trying to remake them from a modern standpoint would be bad. For example, if you go back and look at the older Final Fantasies in the single digits, universally, they're all pretty much way too easy. And the difficulty stems from easy to literally not even worth playing because it's so pointlessly easy. Do I not have a sword? Fix the problem, chat. What is that?
You can't have all of them.
What are they?
I want them. They are twice baked cinnamon purple suns.
Oh, I can have one later. I literally... Oh, you couldn't even see my sandwich I haven't finished eating. I guess we're already on the 5 hits pause, 5 hits bosses. I can say that the dodging and enemy attack system just doesn't feel as good as Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Dark Souls and Elden Ring just do them the best, in my opinion, and nobody else has managed to get it close. What? Especially because the enemies just slide forward. Like, you see them just sliding forward? Dude, who makes this stuff? Bro, it's like... How do people play games like this and watch the enemies literally just slide forward on all their attacks? How do people look at this and think, wow, what a well-designed system? Like, hey man, it appears you walked away from his attack. Yeah, I say, I'm waiting for him to attack, so I space it. Game devs are like, okay, but like, we programmed it so you would use dodge roll? And I'm like, right, I'm just not using that. They're like, so first off, go fuck yourself. Using literally anything that isn't dodge roll, the devs are just like, well, first off, how fucking dare you? That one was probably one of my favorites. What? Yeah, I'm aware. I just... I mean, this game doesn't have a jump button, does it? Is there a jump button? I haven't... I mean, if I drop down here and die, this would be... But, like... That's where the game was hinting at me to go. Okay. Bro, I will die before I understand how these developers of Souls games just repeatedly make them the most annoying shit possible, and then people are like, no man, you just don't understand the genius of it. So like, if the devs intended me to go to that platform, people would say, well, obviously you need to look around your surroundings. And if the devs don't intend me to go to that platform, people say, well, obviously you're not supposed to drop down there. Bro, this is like the worst gating boss I think I've ever played against in a Souls game. Look at him just sliding. He's like legitimately actually on roller skates. Was he supposed to be a joke boss or something? Okay, so they put a platform in an obvious area I can walk up on. Then I'm allowed to walk up on here. I see a platform, but if I go there, I die. So obviously we're not supposed to go there. It's telling me to go over there. Wait. What? Then why did they even hurt? Okay. I can go invisible better than you. Why do I have a shotgun? The right question is, why would I not have a shotgun? Bro, it's because devs literally can't stop themselves in these sorts of games. Hello, Rock Paladin. Maybe I'm supposed to block. Maybe that's what I do. Really? Devs try to be normal human beings when it comes to run back challenge. Impossible. You know, the enemy just literally sliding forwards is so perfect. It's just so perfect. It's just so dumb, Chad. It's just so perfectly dumb. I feel like if I designed that, I'd be a bit, I don't know, embarrassed. Does that make sense? Embarrassed you had a fantastic enemy. Bro, if I designed something that literally had to slide towards enemies on its entire attack chain, like it was wearing roller skates, I don't know, man. I feel like I'd be like, whoa! Right? It's like they designed the moveset, realized you could walk away from it, and then thought to themselves, wait, I don't understand, but that's not dodge roll spamming. In Souls games, you have to dodge roll spam. They're not dodge roll spamming, they're ruining my game! His special ability is roller skates. Honestly, if he was a JoJo's character, you could give him a stand, right? And then you could say stand allows him to slide forward in combat as if he's on roller skates. I'd buy it. Would have preferred that ability had, you know, worked. But yeah, you know, that's next best thing. Okay. Bro, the Elden Ring DLC was a complete disaster for humanity. It was one of the worst things to ever happen to the Souls community. I'd say it's probably actually the worst thing to ever happen to Souls games. I'm trying to think and I can't actually think of anything worse. Dark Souls 2 had a lot of good ideas. It was overall good for the Soul space, but the Elden Ring DLC was literally the worst thing that ever happened to Souls games. And the fact that people then assumed because the Elden Ring's DLC had done it that they needed to do it has absolutely ruined Souls games. Now everyone is like, okay, so every single enemy now has by default, optional combo extenders, 360 tracking, the ability to slide forward on their moves in case you tried to space them, input reading. Oh, that's a good one, the input reading. You gotta have input reading now, chat. If you don't have input reading, are you a real enemy? Ring DLC was really good. What? No, it was literally a -2 out of 10. Literally the worst thing to ever happen to Souls games. Like, I legitimately cannot think of anything that has ever happened to a genre. Well, that's not entirely true. There was the StarCraft 2 debacle. It added more challenge? No, it really didn't, my dude. I'm sorry. The idea that the only thing you can think of for challenge in a game like that is to have, once again, 360-degree tracking, input reading, and optional combo extenders on every single character and boss. Not to mention extremely difficult to read abilities where the only way to dodge them is to just find the rhythm in it. So you can't, like, first time, for example, the lion. I'm sure someone will be like, no, actually, I first time the lion. Shut the fuck up. What? What are you talking about? Half of you didn't even know what you were talking about. I'm talking about the Elden Ring DLC. Because FromSoft does dumb stuff as like an experiment without like the intent to stick to it as like a real thing, and then everybody assumes that this is now life. If that makes sense to you. Yeah. A boss that forces you to untarget in a game that is almost entirely about targeting. Okay. Like, you can't dodge attacks. Once again, they have 360-degree tracking and roller skates. So you have to know when to dodge them. But then that segment forces you to untarget them. And then he can attack you while invisible. Huh. I mean, you can still power stand stagger the line with Big Hammer in the DLC, to be honest. Bro, the fact that, like, half the community has agreed that the bosses in Elden Ring are so fucking annoying that they would rather just jumping heavy trade with them than take them seriously, and yet people still defend them as if they're good? What? Yeah, bro, go show me videos of people killing the bosses in the Elden Ring DLC from a distance with magic. Please, please, go. I'll go show, you know, I'll show them to all the stream if you want. I'm glad I thought of that. There's even people that killed all DLC boss level 1. Holy shit, there are? What a convincing argument. I mean, they must be well designed now. Wait a minute. Nothing of what I just said is true. I mean, this part isn't so much hard as in, like, I literally don't know, like, the devs haven't designed bosses for spacing properly, and then they put in a boss that needs to be spaced. Very odd game design. But at least they make every enemy hit like a goddamn Mack truck. I mean, a good designer wouldn't have tried to do the invisible trick in a game where targeting the enemy is the only way to avoid damage. That would have been my start. That was odd. Okay, so he spawns here. We hit him. I thought for sure he was about to teleport across the entire map with that attack. But then he didn't. I mean, it just feels like... The problem lots of these games have is you have very deliberate animations. You have very deliberate animations in those games, and that's why I don't like the optional combo extenders, by the way. Those games have very deliberate animations, Elden Ring, Dark Souls, all that shit, and it makes it very easy to understand what you're being hit by, when you need to dodge, etc., etc. Like, every enemy, even Radon, all the way at the end, had, like, very deliberate and readable animations. You could tell pretty quickly what move he was doing. And sure, they added some bullshit move holding to try to, like, mess up your dodge roll. But it's still like, you know when you're dodging, you know when you're attacking, you're attacking. You have to commit to the animation, correct? And in these sorts of games, they don't do that. They don't make you commit to the bit. You can dodge out of an animation like that way too easy. See that? So here I can start the attack and I can dodge to cancel it, right? And that's bad. First off, that shouldn't be a thing. Collect new ova and return to the beacon. Well, I'm saying is after Elden Ring and specifically the DLC, I can't take seriously other Souls games. Enemies are just boring. The problem with the Elden Ring DLC is if they stopped designing their bosses halfway through, they actually would have been better. And I think when you look at it from that perspective, you'll understand why it's kind of lame. For example, if the poster boy, whose name I forget, the guy who the entire DLC was supposed to be about, who actually was an entirely irrelevant piece of shit, the guy in the tower, that guy, if he didn't have weird dodge roll spacing moves, he would have been a lot better. If they hadn't designed one of his abilities, the giant snake thing, so that your best bet was to just spam dodge roll, he would have been better. Mesmer. The fact that he had these abilities you could deliberately tell were designed to make any playstyle that wasn't dodge rolling useless made the fight worse. Am I interested in playing Dominion 6? I just got an alert in my mail, it's on sale right now. Oh wow, really, you did? That's incredible. What do you think, chat? Rennala was fine if, again, they had just stopped designing her halfway through. Her big issue was her combos are fine. She's a dual-wielding combo character. Fine. Dodging her big abilities was a bit too... Like, if you got hit by them, you died, and if you didn't get hit, they were actually quite easy to dodge. But that's kind of a Dark Souls problem. There's no halfway, you know what I mean? There's no way to be, like, half hit by an attack, or slightly mistime it. You either get hit by the whole thing and die, or don't. But I would say the biggest issue I had with Rennala was her insanity level input reading in combination with her insanity roller skating in combination with her insanity I just literally will combo forever, go fuck yourself. I actually tried to do a lot of co-op because I wanted to see how co-op played and all that. And the reason so many people struggled on Rennala is actually way easier than you might realize. It's because Rennala absolutely fucking curb stomped anyone who tried to space, or anyone who didn't try to hit trade, or anyone who was trying to cast. I would play co-op all the time. I'd do these 3-man co-op runs because I wanted to see how co-op would play in the DLC. Bro, like, half the fights were lost because you'd have a host who literally couldn't deal with it. Now you can say, oh, but if I know how to dodge, it's not too bad. Right. I agree. If you know how to dodge, it's not... I mean, I'm not saying, oh my god, this is my most favorite fight, but it's not too bad. The problem is you have so many people that would be like, I'm gonna cast a spell! And then Rennala would just input read the start. The literal first animation frame would play, and Rennala would like sprint across the entire field on her roller skates and two-shot your host. And you'd be like, alright. So I kind of gave up on co-op. Now, I'm not saying co-op with, like, friends. I'm saying co-op with randoms. I would legitimately, I'd load up co-op to just see, like, you know, how does your random player play this game, to get myself some perspective, right? And, yeah, I mean, your average player, like, if they ever got targeted by Renala, they would collapse. There was also another problem with the co-op system. A problem that people don't like to talk about. What was that problem? So this one might seem really obvious, but apparently not obvious to developers. Do you think Renala allowed her to change targets in her combo? Yes, for some fucking reason. What does that mean? She would attack one person, be like, yeah, 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 and then you'd be like attacking her in the back, and she'd go, you know, like she's attacking the front, yeah, 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 and then she just does like a 180-degree turn and just pow, pow, and you're dead, and you're like, wait, what? So, the vast majority of people who play Elden Ring, this might shock you, are melee players, right? So if you triple melee her, she'll randomly turn and just absolutely floor you with damage. And if you try to play range, she'll input read and dash across the entire map and kill you. So there's almost no way to play against Renala in an actual fun way in co-op. It's actually really bad. Now, I don't know if the other bosses are as bad, but I remember I put aside a few hours and I was playing Renala in co-op. And holy shit. Yes, there are a lot of bosses, yes, who people are horribly undergeared for. And there were a lot of people who tried Renala while undergeared and should have farmed more. But everyone keeps pretending like that was 100% of the issue. And no, it was not. I mean, I'm gonna assume I can... That's not what I wanted. But good to know, I guess. Everyone knows you can't change who you decide to swing at. Well, yeah, but you can make fun of it, but... Try to do a boss like that in co-op where she has 5+ hit combos and she can randomly change her target. And you'll be like, oh, I get it. This sucks. When do I get more weapons, chat? Now me, I just did jumping heavy trades. I did blocking and I did jumping heavy trades. I'm sure someone will say I cheated myself out of a fun game, but... I can't remember. It was one of them. One of the final chain of bosses I got so frustrated at in the base game. I just did Mimic Tier healing and I let the Mimic Tier hear me. Because I was like, bro, I'm so over this game. Well, I mean, that's so Santor, that's the thing, is that, like, what I'm trying to say is that for a game where the co-op is actually quite fun and a lot of people really did enjoy the co-op, the Elden Ring DLC absolutely curb stomped co-op. Like, it was no longer really even a viable option. You could maybe play with a dedicated... See, some of you guys don't understand the pure geniusness you would need to be able to design a trap like that. See, your player has no idea that you made the bridge collapse, so you make the bridge collapse, they take fall damage, and then you put 4 explosive babies around them. Haha, Dark Souls done right. No, but seriously, I don't know how people continue to think that shitty game design should be integral to Dark Souls. Doesn't really make sense to me, but okay. What are you? You know, honestly, I should have known. What? Okay. So, like, does this game ever get fun? Honest question. It just seems like it is miserable for the purpose of being miserable. Like, there's no saving grace here. It just seems like they used all the shitty design they could in every aspect that they could for no other reason than it's funny and miserable to play. It's like everyone took the exact... I mean, that's what I keep saying. That's why I keep saying the Elden Ring DLC was a disaster for humanity. Instead of the fun and interesting overworld gameplay, everybody thinks that cheap gacha puzzles are what people wanted. Like, oh man, they got me there, I'll admit it. Alright, I didn't expect that the developers could code in their own fuck the player point. And the way I worded it like that is why I consider the whole thing to be embarrassing. Like, my dudes, you're the developers. No shit you can kill the player. If you want, you can code in an area that just kills me. Like, you made the game. You're not outsmarting me, you're not outplaying me, you're just saying you are dead, and I go, oh, okay, my bad. I can think of a few traps that Elden Ring had, but this game is at a whole other level of haha fuck the player traps. I think it's intentionally done shitty because the damage in this game is also so ludicrously high. Okay, so I can't find a weapon.
Your command.
And I can't find much content or anything. Mether's Breath. Fast travel. Oh. Oh. Neat, I guess.
She nearly jumped when you arrived. She could do a lot more if we fixed her up.
Well, I'm gonna be dead honest. I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to be like holding out for a better weapon, because I just don't see one. I want at least a little bit of damage, though.
Eggbringer.
I also feel the movement is too floaty. Dark Souls is really grounded movement, and I don't mean grounded as in like realistic. I mean, grounded as in your character feels like they're actually attached to the ground. I think that makes sense, right? I mean, the whole thing seems to be just fuck the player. The boss fights are fuck the player. The enemies are fuck the player. They even put fuck the player traps in. I should talk to the merchant to find weapons. I don't know what that means. I haven't gotten my merchant tutorial. Okay. This weapon is a decent enough moveset. Like, I don't hate it. I mean, let's actually count through how many traps I have. So that guy is designed to push you off the bridge when you run past him. Okay, there's trap number 1. These guys don't have a trap, it's just a weirdly proliferated area where there's just a shitload of enemies. There's no trick here. It's just too many enemies. Crimson Desert had fun combat. I like that game. That was a fun one. Just sucks about the everything else. Literally anything that wasn't combat sucks about that part of the game. Also, I've noticed that they haven't really balanced the attacks. You notice I've been spamming heavy attacks. I'm not entirely sure the light attacks. Here's a light attack. Okay, here's a heavy attack. So I noticed I can get in 2 heavy attacks in the same time I can get in 2 lights. And then I thought to myself, well, wait, I can get in heavy attacks anytime I can get in a light. And then I started noticing, wait, the heavy attacks are the same speed as the light attacks. Which is odd. So I'm not quite sure the balance here is supposed to be, but if I just spam heavies, I do more damage. And that's it, I just do more damage. Yeah. Man, those guys are just really tanky and annoying. That'll be fair, that describes like half this game. Is there supposed to be an entrance or something I'm not seeing? Best hack and slash gameplay, in my opinion, is still maybe Ninja Gaiden 2, but I haven't played it recently enough to make that call. But my memory tells me that Ninja Gaiden 2 was the best hack and slash gameplay, not Dark Siders. Local Dark Siders fan, am I right, chat? Every enemy in the game being able to turn at 10,000 hours a second. I don't even fucking know. Just literally every enemy. I could dodge literally in the last frame of his attack. He'll still in one frame redirect his entire attack if I didn't dodge at the correct developer approved moment. Which is why I kind of hate these games, bro. I don't want to do your fucking development. Like, is it a rhythm game? Am I playing a rhythm game? Oh, you're just stun-lockable. Now what? Does this just not connect to that? Oh no. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. I think that's supposed to be a person. Wait, what the fuck? That's kind of feel about Sekiro. Beautiful game, but painful because it's so choreographed and memory-based. I can definitely see that argument. I think that people think way too highly of choreographed games simply because they got the choreographness down. That would also explain why I gained the same amount of souls. A traitorous curtain is made off with a lever. Last seen escaping into the ravine. Alright, at least that's like decent enough. Like, send me on a linear path, but at least be like, well, here's why. What was I gonna say? Something, something, something. I don't remember. Oh, right, that's why both heavy attacks and light attacks give the same amount of soul generation. Huh. Kinda thought that attack would hit. Because they're both the same speed. But then it's making me question, what's even the point? What's even the point? Bro, I don't think anyone legitimately enjoys parry mechanics. And it's actually really weird when you notice how many games are made and designed entirely around parry mechanics when the gaming community as a whole does obviously not seem to enjoy them. Now you might say to yourself, well, really, there can't be that many. There are way more than you would think. For example, Sekiro. For example, Doom the Dark Ages. Now look, I'm not trained to be that guy, but like, were the Doom designers aware that the Doom player base was primarily people like Civi 11? Old boomers? Did I just get one shot? Huh. What was I gonna say? I guess no Civi 11 YouTuber. Anyway, I feel like the Doom developers didn't realize it was like a train wreck in slow motion. I think that's the best way I can phrase it. In that people like him were begrudgingly willing to accept Doom Eternal because what was that about? People like him were begrudgingly willing to accept Doom Eternal because Doom Eternal was still a fun enough game, right? But then they were asking them to learn to do a game entirely based on parrying while still comboing weapons. And I feel like after Doom Eternal, it should have been obvious that they needed to tone this shit down. And rather than tone it down, they doubled down on it. Which was odd. There we go. To be fair, I really enjoyed Ghost of Tsushima's parry, but most other games I hate parry mechanics. In my opinion, the parrying in Doom the Dark Age is pretty cool, and it was, I'm gonna say imagined you were saying wasn't really that difficult to pull off and to give you a feeling of being an immovable object. Right, but the problem quickly became that when, like, the problem ended up being that you had a class of older school boomer shooters who loved Doom 2016, and again, were willing to begrudgingly accept Doom Eternal simply because it was a fun game that they enjoyed. But it's like the developers were too stubborn. Oh, good. Yeah. It's like... Wow, I've got hiccups from hell. Oh, good. Hiccups. Oh, I do get water. I'm dying. kitty. Sorry, I'm back. What was I gonna say? Right, okay. So they had Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal was accepted because people liked the game. Now, Doom the Dark Ages, I think that's when people were finally like, bro, okay, can we go back to Doom 2016? Although I think most people will agree that the Dark Ages was... Well, I think most people can agree that Eternal, at the very least, was like a really well-made game that set a lot of trends for FPS games from then on in. But that doesn't mean they liked it. Okay, so what does this do? Okay, so we got all these things. What am I supposed to do about this? I guess I'll die. Bro, I feel like I just don't have enough health to do these things. I normally like to play Souls games by killing all the enemies and running through, but like when every single hit is doing an entire potion of damage, you're telling me to just literally never get hit. Well, from that perspective, you know, you're telling me to just skip past all the enemies. I normally like fighting the enemies, but how am I gonna fight the enemies if I can only be hitting the entire run 4 times? It's called Mortal Shell for a reason. Is that reason that it's a mediocre game? Especially enemies like that who don't even need to hit you. They kind of just go near you and the hitbox is like, good enough. Wait. The funny thing is, I wouldn't even call it a slop game. It just feels like the devs had bad priorities. Their priority seems to have been to make a game that kills you. Which, I'm not gonna say that's a shit game, because we all know that's shit. Okay, I was trying to block, and, let me tell you about the block in this game, Chad. Apparently, you can use dodge roll to animation cancel, but not block. Because, I guess, not doing their famed Dark Souls funny stuff. Any Dark Souls game has to make you do the funny Dark Souls dodge roll, or else how would you know it was a Dark Souls game, Chad? Imagine you're playing a Dark Souls game and it's not doing a funny Dark Souls dodge roll. They'd be like, well, why am I even playing? Okay, am I like missing a respawn point? They gotta be missing a respawn point. The worst part of the funny Dark Souls dodge roll is it wasn't even core to the Dark Souls gameplay until Dark Souls 3. Which, when you keep it in perspective, means that even to this day, more games have been based around not having the funny Dark Souls dodge roll be required than have. Because, I mean, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2 were not based around it. Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 were based around it. They could actually nerf the dodge roll back to even Dark Souls 1 levels, not even Dark Souls 2. And you would notice real quick, you'd be like, oh... Enter well. Well, I don't want to do that. Bro, where are the respawn points in this damn game? Seriously, what the fuck? Is there like a respawn point that I'm just too stupid and just haven't found? Has there just truly not been a respawn point in this entire section of the map? Or are they pulling a Dark Souls and there is a respawn point, but it's like weirdly hidden, and then once you know where it is, your life becomes infinitely superior? Isn't this the area I was at earlier? Yeah. Okay. I'm like... There we go. I was struggling to believe that there was no way. I was struggling to believe that there was no way to get a respawn point. Oh, that's like a... Why are you like a mini beacon? Huh. That's weird. Okay, so I have to go into the ravine. I have to go into the ravine and find some key or level or something that they said I needed for that. These guys should be respawned. I'm gonna be honest, I cannot be asked at this point. It said into the ravine. Common moonshine. New familiarity. I mean, the character building seems to be a bit more interesting. That's for sure. Thus far, I think the overworld isn't too bad. I just feel like enemy damage could be reduced by like fucking half. The character building seems to be a bit more interesting. I'm waiting to see where that's gonna go. If I can get a new item or something eventually, maybe a new sword, I don't know. So far as the shells, I feel like they maybe could have started you with more. I also don't think they should have... I don't think there's any world where they ever should start the player off without the knight character by default. Like, your starting characters are Big Assatron and Shadow Man. I mean, okay. But what about anybody who's a normal, well-adjusted member of society? Do we just not get a character? And no, chat. Nobody normal plays Big Assatron. So he said he went down in the ravine. I mean, this kind of seems like a ravine? I don't know what the game would call a ravine, though. I'm gonna be honest. The enemies sliding forward like they're in roller skates, and almost every single enemy doing it is a little bit really goddamn stupid at this point. My gameplay is immeasurably improved with poison enemy who poisons, and you have to awkwardly just stand there. Ah, yes. Hashtag gameplay. How did I get 5 stacks of poison on me? The world may never know. Definitely feels like my gameplay is improving, though. Like, this is so much more fun now. Yay! Blood-cursed lethal pod. Wonderful. We needed to give this guy that much HP? Please tell me this is like a joke enemy. Is this for real? Is this really happening? Are we deathly serious? But I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but like, are we serious? They started designing that enemy and they thought this boss is too easy. What are we gonna do? I know. Quadruple their health bar. My God, Steve, they say, you're such a genius. But seriously, literally, what the actual fuck? Literally, what the actual fuck? Huh. Nothing more to say, Jed. Okay. Okay. Do they only know 2 types of enemies? The roller skater, who can just do triple and quadruple attacks while roller skating towards you, and the... Why was this even a boss? No in between. Hold on, I should be able to open this now, right? Put lever. Pull lever. By God, I'm a genius. Yeah, I saw those Steam reviews and I was like, alright, well, it's gotta be doing something good, right? That was what I was thinking, at any rate. Oh boy, 1 HP. Now hold on, chat. Hold on. Try to not be too excited. I thought people said there were talent points and shit. Instead of being left with a generic leveling system that literally all you do is level your character in a literal sense and then the stats are predefined. Now, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I believe I was promised a leveling system. You want a game of grid combat? Crimson Desert. I'm gonna keep saying it because it keeps being true. Great combat system, that Crimson Desert. I'm also gonna call it a 10 out of 10 combat system. However, I will continue to make the joke that it's a shame about everything else, though. I need to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. So what's the story behind Crimson Desert anyway? They were trying to make an MMO to replace Black Desert, but then...
We got a right.
But then what? What happened? Why did they fail? Ah, there was a beacon right here. Desert get crimsoned? Well, I mean, in a literal sense, like, why, what happened? By the way, if you guys see a shell, keep a lookout for, like, a shell or... Some sort of shell. Well, I think a lot of people are getting exasperated with modern design. In a serious note, one of the reasons that I think people are having so many issues with modern designs, if you want to call it that, isn't that they're bad. But I think too much modern designs are made for people that are already, like, really, really good at the genre. And people that are good with the genre become more and more bored with it. Dark Souls in particular. Oh, man. Dark Souls suffers from this so much because, again, the dodge roll option isn't everything does damage or nothing does damage. Radahn could summon down the light of heaven and destroy the entire arena, and if you dodge roll at the right time, you don't take damage. You can say, oh man, that's such cool design though. The issue is, it doesn't matter if Radahn does 10 billion or literally just 1 damage. Because to the people that have been playing the genre since, like, the last 20 years, they just sit there and dodge roll spam everything. So it literally doesn't matter to them how much damage Radahn does. Okay. The ideal solution to these sorts of games would be to remove dodge roll entirely. Yoink it, gone, removed, excruciated. And to remake the entire genre without Dark Souls dodge roll. Because they're just never gonna get over the issue that is Dark Souls dodge roll. And if they leave in the Dark Souls dodge roll, then they're going to continue to have issues where they need to make the attack patterns increasingly more and more and more complicated to trick people up, which then just makes the game really not that fun for people that haven't been practicing Dark Souls dodge roll for their entire adult life. And then, because Dark Souls dodge roll is so obnoxiously overpowered, and yes, it is overpowered, go back to Dark Souls 1 and you'll have a more balanced dodge roll. Because it's so obnoxiously overpowered, it overshadows every other defensive option or every other defensive mechanic in the game. You can say, yeah, but what about parry? Sure, but then they had to continuously buff and make parry better so it could compete. And then they had to make the majority of enemy bosses immune to parry, or else you could just parry them to death. Meanwhile, Block is sitting dead in a ditch somewhere. I kind of hate that it restarts my combo, or I should say continues my combo. I think that's a better way of phrasing it. It continues my combo even if I haven't decided to continue it. And the reason that's annoying is that the third attack in the combo is noticeably lower for seemingly no more damage. I'm just trying to do the poke, 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 but I have to do poke, poke, pommel hit. This one, the third one, that. I have to use that one despite the fact I really don't want to. I don't think there's anything up here. So how will I know when I found my shell? So you should be the map. Do I have any cue? An audio cue? A visual cue? Anything to go by? Do I have directions? This is kind of not exactly the smallest area to look through. I can hear like a ringing. I mean, you guys hear that, right? Is he coming from beneath me? I do like killing the enemies, though. That's a very satisfying gameplay right there. That's like, honestly, some of the better melee gameplay I've seen. The dismemberment is nice. The swings are nice. The impact is high. Like, for that, I'd actually give this like a solid 10 out of 10. If we're just talking the vibe of melee. And before you say, well, are we really going to rate a game on its vibe? But yes, I am. Because you have no idea how easy it is to screw it up. When your melee attacks barely stun enemies and they just kind of walk out of it. Okay, I get the feeling it's down here. I can't exactly prove it, though. I mean, okay. I'm gonna go check how to get down here normally. That way if I die... Anyone see any of my mortal shells just like sticking out of the ground? I definitely hear it when I'm over in this area. Do I have to, like, open the gate? Do I have to fight the warden?
Oh, toss a slap.
Well, I guess so. That's like 30% of us watching the stream. What, for that? He's not even a hard boss. I mean, unless he's got a phase 2, but this doesn't really seem like a phase 2 kind of game. I'm a phase 2 kind of guy, you know what I mean? Like, I can feel when a phase 2... Am I even listening? What? Listening to what? You know, I don't think that ability is very good. Oh my god. Bro, I just wanted to finish him with the shotgun. Bro, I either had to play the weird fetish giant ass character or the rogue. I didn't have a choice. The game fed me slop and slopper. It's like, you know when you're playing a good game, but then it's like the complete opposite of that, as in you know you're playing a bad game? That was me when I realized my character choices were fetish doll and rogue. Right, but I would have unlocked the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight, I would have had to go find him too. Just started the attack. First off, ow. Wait, he's not supposed to attack before I get in my double heavies. So you cannot like that character. I've seen not safe for work Skyrun mods with more taste. Right? Bro, it's so aggressively in your face a fetish doll. It's so weird. Like, holy shit. And it clashes with the entire aesthetic of the game. It looks like some shit that would be in Stellar Blade. And then I would have to listen to people argue, actually, that's not a fetish doll. And I'd have to be like, I'd have to pretend to be listening to them while really, chat, really, in my head, I know, and you know, and we all know that these people are stupid. Chat, if I had a big X, my game experience would be improved by, and I'm just running the numbers here, 9,000%. I went too early. Aw, damn it, I thought that would stun him. What?
I was collecting tithes.
That was no.
Boy, Willem. His father had no coin, so he offered up his son as payment. The child didn't seem to care. I thought I could use him. I should have known better.
I'm not a big fan of the Crown, but I am a big fan of Knights. I mean, every game would be improved by allowing you to play Knight. Am I right, Chet?
What are you doing?
Aerodrome.
You're robbing me, aren't you?
Just curious.
Just like your father.
I don't have a father anymore.
Smart boy.
What do we now have to beat him to death?
Yeah. Take this.
What, we just give him money?
What is this?
No trick. Just a choice. Take the coin and run. Live off scraps and pilfered goods.
I pledge myself to you, Lord Eredream.
Eredream. Yes, we're gonna switch to Eredream. Aw, infinitely better, Chad. Eredream lunges with his shoulders, slamming into enemies and dealing break damage. Good so far. Eredream unleashes his diapason? Never heard that word. What the hell is a diapason? Diapason. Musical term that primarily refers to an octave interval in ancient Greece. Huh. Executioner, shell passive. Eredream executes enemies on low health and gains slaughterer stacks by performing a riposte. Stacks are lost upon resting or being severed. Slaughterer. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it. This character seems 900 billion times more interesting, question mark? Question mark? What's the downside to being badass Big Dick McGee who gets 2 abilities? Gee, Mom, how come the knight gets to have 2 abilities? There should have been a door opened with a thing behind it. Remember when I opened that lever, chat, inside there? You know, I just knew it was gonna hit me through the wall. Do you wanna know how I knew it? Because this is just that kind of game. Okay. That jumps me back up, but... Okay, so 3... Okay, and then F. Which one is F again? F. Ooh. Shoulder bash. And ethereal diapason. I could slaughter his stacks by performing riposte. But won't riposte only be... Wasn't the main thing of riposte that I need to, like, parry? Bro, I don't want to parry. That's for losers. Losers parry. Real men learned how to actually play the game. Write that down, chat. I get the axe now? Bro, I don't even know if there is an axe. You're hitting me with knowledge that I don't know if I even have. I do prefer being the knight, so at any rate, the game has risen from a 0 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10. Has knight. Okay, was there something I was supposed to do down here, maybe? Like an egg? Synaptic vessel. Okay, so there was. Why are there like eggs of me? Okay, well this is getting me nowhere. Knights famously didn't parry? No, they didn't. No, you would know about that, OC, but you're actually Turkish. And unfortunately, you don't get to be a knight. Now, when it comes to running away on a horse, I think that's where you excel. Remember the tiers of power, chat. What are the tiers of power for melee combatants? Number 1, the best melee fighters in all the world, unparalleled in their power. French. Number 2, still the French. Now you might be saying to yourself, okay, but who comes after the French? The French. Okay, was that the entire castle? You want to know what resulted in knights losing? You can't parry a horse archer. No, that's just simply not true. I could parry a horse archer. Now can you parry a horse archer? Probably not. I'm waiting for Valor Mortis to come out. What's Valor Mortis?
Praise be, Harbinger.
I have to go find Mom.
It's really you, the Harbinger.
You guys are saying find a, quote, shopkeeper. I don't think there's a shopkeeper here, Chad. Slayer Seal? The Slayer Seal grants glorious power. Sidearms deal break damage, exposing enemies to riposte attacks. Restores some health and resolve when performing a riposte attack. Slayer Punch. What? Slayer Seal reduces the difficulty of combat by granting abilities that enhance both range attacks and riposte. It will disable achievements. Well, that's lame. And here I was thinking I had some synergy with my kid. That's like the worst easy mode I've ever seen. Honestly, who even thought of that?
Hey, you there. You're that special brave, right? I've got something nice for
Bro,
you.
what the fuck? What?
First one's free, but I got plenty more if you got coins.
Why is he so big?
Your new friend Merrick.
Okay.
Is it true you can bring back the dead if they're special or something? I'll take that as a yes. The shop's a mess right now, but give me some time and I'll have it sorted.
Shop is a mess. Okay. What? So you guys told me that there's like a shop I can go to.
Forgive me. May I wash your feet, Harbinger?
No, that's weird. Ew. Ew, he wants to touch my feet, chat. Never let strange men touch your feet. Write that down. So is that the shop? And then maybe it opens later? So I probably have to go get the heavy crossbow, and then he'll open up and be like, "Yeah."
When you arrived, you must have something you want.
Okay.
Deliverer.
Wrong area. It's very Dark Soulsian 1. I'm using that word. Dark Soulsian 1 with how it does a lot. Pretty much everything.
The night. Let us discover his purpose together.
I want to bond with Eredrim. Eredrim, enter my memory. Enter this memory. Wait, but I already did this. Why was he just passed out?
What are you doing? You're robbing me, aren't you?
Just curious.
Just like your father.
I don't have a father anymore.
Smart boy. Here.
But I already did
What trick is
this.
this?
No trick. Just a choice. Take the coin and run. Live off scraps and pilfered goods. Or find purpose.
Purpose.
Swear yourself to
Chat, why don't you guys find purpose and swear yourself to the first big strong knight you come across?
I pledge myself to you, Lord Eredrim.
I'm just saying. Okay, so I already did that. Deepen my bond. Shell health on revive. Shell revive efficiency. Deepen bond. Deepen bond. Deepen bond. Deepen bond again. Bond tier 2. We have to check his memory. What drove you, Mr. Knight? Why did you become my mortal shell? I have no idea what mortal shell means. I'm just gonna keep guessing. Incorrectly, of course. I would never be able to guess correctly. Because I don't want to.
Dares to tread this hallowed ground.
It is I, Eredrim, the Venerable. I have returned to walk the Immaculate Path.
Then go on. Make your offering.
Why did he walk like that? Kneel before the Immaculate.
I've brought tithes, as requested.
Meaningless plunder.
And the boy, he too, will loyally serve.
Is that all?
What do you want? Speak plainly.
The child.
Yes?
Tell us of this, Eredrim the Venerable. You shall decide his fate.
Dun dun dun.
Child, tell us, why do you follow this knight?
I'm not certain. Well, my father is a liar and a cheat. He's weak.
Chat, this is what people are gonna look like on Ozempic.
Strength.
But are you a man of honor, Eredrim?
Yes?
I have disgraced myself. That's why I'm here.
Is that so? Speak truthfully. What do you seek, Eredream?
Truth. Why would I lie?
Absolution.
Am I supposed to lie?
Peace.
Maybe lying is a trick.
I've heard rumors that the Immaculates can free a man from his memories, his nightmares.
Perhaps. But we require more from you.
What must I do?
Place your hand upon the sword.
Claim Martyr's Blade.
You will raise an army. And bring order to Fulgrim.
Shit, I want that sword. That should be my sword. I should get that sword. What? No, wait. Why? Why can't I get that sword? This is bullshit.
Are you done moping? You killed the man. So what? It was you or him. Don't worry. I know what you need.
What is it?
It's weak, but it'll mend your spirits.
I'd rather not, Lord Eredream.
Why not? Take a sip.
Bro, the drunk's trying to get other people drunk. Goddamn drunk Lord Eredrim. Hello, Bear Kaiser.
Thanks, but no thanks.
I'm not asking.
Is this an order?
You're my squire, aren't you? Drink.
Eredrim, you're kind of a shitty knight.
It's terrible.
Very good, squire.
What is this? Poison?
No. Regrets are poison. This is the cure.
Chat, I'm starting to think that Eredrim might be a little bit, you know what I mean? Shell abilities. Each level reduces the resolve cost to Eredrim's abilities. Each level improves Executioner. Each power grants a new effect against frost. Interesting. Each level improves Shoulder Bash. Slaughterer also provides damage reduction when Eredrim uses Mether's Pulse. Which is that one? That goes 1 point. Okay. So Shoulder Bash gets 150% damage. Okay. Shoulder Bash charges faster. Okay. I get Frost Migration. Mitigation? Slaughterer provides damage reduction and a repose state requires more. Okay. Shell abilities. Got it. Oh shit, I spent all my glibs. I can't find the next one. Damn it, chat. You did this. I mean, this character ought to improve the game a little bit. Maybe. I'm looking forward to the next Total Warhammer patch. So, forgotten crossbow, search area. Now, I'm assuming if I do this... Yo, but Eldar are good? I don't really think there's a way Eldar wouldn't end up being good, right? Oh my god. Wait, let me try this. Ha! That's funny. Wait. He gets a different animation with the great sword. No, wait, no he doesn't. It just looks different. The other would probably be good, they'll just be micro-intensive. There's actually a good reason for that. What's the reason? Okay, so... basically, Eldar on the tabletop are not... like, of all the factions in Warhammer 40,000, Eldar are probably the least popular of the originals. I'm going to consider the originals to be any faction in by 3rd edition, so that excludes Genestealer cults, Leagues of Votann, any of that sort of stuff, right? So, well, I guess Dawn of War would be a good way to phrase it then. So if we're looking at Dawn of War 1, any of the factions in the game at that point, I actually think Eldar were the least popular, though they might be more popular than Sisters of Battle. And they really haven't power creeped or kept up in a while. Originally, the lore was supposed to be that the Eldar smaller dudes are better than humans, but their aspect warriors are about on par with the Space Marine. Now, when they say about on par with the Space Marine, okay, do note that when I say about on par with the Space Marine, do note that that means not equal to a Space Marine in every way, but overall on par with the Space Marine. Now, anyone who plays a tabletop knows why this is a problem. Because now Space Marine... let's put it this way, Space Marines are the most popular faction by far. Shocking, I know, but... the issue with that is that if they make Space Marines tanky, the entire game will end up being tanky. So Space Marines cannot be tanky. But that means that Eldar have to be squishier than Space Marines who aren't tanky. Well, wait a minute. So you can understand why this might be an issue for Eldar. They're not popular enough to get new models or really cool shit that would allow them to actually, like, power creep. But now they need to be squishier than the baseline faction. Like, to be clear, Space Marines are not... Space Marines are not tanky. They're average tankiness on average, I would say. They have 2 wounds instead of 1, but most weapons do 2 damage at this point, which got a bit fucky with the balancing. At either rate, your average Space Marine is only slightly tankier than an Orc Boy, and with the upcoming Codex update, Orc Knobs will actually be far tankier than a Space Marine. The only thing I can think of is it has to be out here then, right? The crossbow? I would have seen it if it was over here. Unless it was like up here and I'm an idiot. I'm not even allowed to move over there. Okay. So the Space Marine line is actually a legitimate problem with the game's balancing. Because Space Marines can't be tanky, because everyone plays Space Marines, it'll make the game boring if they're tanky. Okay, but now every other faction has to be squishier than Space Marines, because they're Space Marines! So, they've generally let factions that aren't Imperium Oh, well, that's interesting. It hadn't occurred to me it might be this tower. They allow some factions to get tankier than Space Marines if they're not Imperium, but Imperium and old factions can't be tankier than Space Marines. Now, they have allowed some new units to get as good or better than Space Marines. For example, the Adeptus Mechanicus, despite being humans, have the Hostilidars or some shit. They have dudes as tanky as Space Marines with cool plasma AdMech shit. Or it's like electricity. AdMech use a lot of electricity. Adeptus Mechanicus. There's no to say that Eldar, through not being popular, have not gotten new models, are not as tanky as Space Marines, therefore end up being very squishy. Therefore, the best way they have to balance them is to always give them survivability, except with extreme micro bullshittery. It's always, you have to have extreme micro to get through. Okay. So I guess you can't. Anyone see the supposed forgotten crossbow? I mean, shit, I forgot about it. Latest DLC will be the strongest in Total Warhammer. Well, Eldar are going to be a release faction, so the game will release in a relatively balanced state, a fun state, and then due to shitty players wanting to play like the good players, they'll consistently keep releasing more and more power creep bullshit. Okay, so I don't think the crossbow is here. And I checked here, and I checked here, but I mean, like, where would it be then? Huh. I mean, this area feels like it should be something, it's just not. I mean, they did similar stuff in Total Warhammer, where originally the orcs had the most HP, the elves had the most melee defense, yada yada, the dwarves had the most armor. Eventually, they gave tank units to pretty much every faction, because the game's kind of not really the most fun to play without tanky factions. Not to say you have to play, but that there were tank units for every faction. Alright, chat, like, it feels like there should be something here, and there's not. What? Well, that's odd. I don't have, like, any HP. Whatever, just don't get hit. So they'll probably add in some tanky Eldar, because they tried the same thing with High Elves in Total Warhammer 2, where the High Elves were like good melee defense, but bad HP. And eventually they kind of slowly tuned them up a little. Whether or not it's a good thing is on you, but being super mega ultra squishy actually ends up being really lame for gameplay. Okay. Sure. On tabletop, Dark Reapers are tanky? I don't think so. Aren't they more 3 toughness, 1 wound fodder? They're really gonna make me corpse run like this? Okay. Honestly, there's one thing this game was missing. It was command grabs from across the screen that deal 1.5 times your health bar. So it's good they finally added it back in. I mean, Eldar have some cool new stuff since the Dawn of War 1 and 2. They've got... Oh, no, wait, they don't. That was a joke, chat. Eldar haven't gotten anything cool in like 30 years. The funny thing is, I don't think I'm even exaggerating, am I? Wait, was that the area I came from, or is this the area? What have Eldar gotten? It's like striking scorpions and that's it, right? And what does striking scorpions even do? Seriously, what do they do? Decanum with singularity? Yeah. So... I can explain this one, Chad. You know how you like that stuff and it's cool and high-tech and all that? So, in order to make room... You know, I kind of thought that ability would have super armor, to be honest. In order to make room for the Tau, who were significantly more popular than Eldar, they made the Eldar job like jobby jobbers nonstop. Now, Eldar technology isn't really that cool. A lot of their shit's been retconned, and actually the Tau practically have more advanced technology. Nah, the Necrons have 20 billion times more advanced technology, And realistically, I think the AdMech even might have better technology at this point. I'm trying to think. So Eldar used to have the Wraith stuff. What do you call it? It's like Wraith Bone? Wraith Bone? They used to have Wraith Bone, which I believe was basically psychic energy manifested into a material form. And now it's just not. It's just not. And so the Eldar's one trick, which is we have the most advanced stuff ever. Well, they blow up into poison clouds. I have to back off every time or else I'd lose half my HP. Yeah, have you seen that short of Tau finding a dreadnought older than their civilization? Bro. I swear to God, I could be in the supermarket buying like a pack of cheese and someone will walk up to me and say, did you know that the Tau found a dreadnought older than their entire civilization? Wow, the devs epically owned me. They put a ranged enemy in front of an area that collapses. Ha 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 ha. Wow, the way they designed the game to work exactly like how they wanted sure did surprise me. No, but seriously. Pretty sure I'm dead then. It sucks. I thought the concept of Wraithbone was cool. Eldar have... Oh, so that's the explodey thing. Eldar have received nothing but elves for a while now. Because the Necrons and the Tau are just so much more popular. I don't really have a way to phrase how much more popular they are. In fact, you might not realize this, but the only two factions that even come close to Space Marine popularity are Eldar and Necrons. And say not Eldar, Tau and Necrons. And because both of them are the high-tech factions, they kind of need the Eldar to wharf over and over again. Basically, they need the Eldar to be like, oh my god, they're so cool and awesome with huge dicks. So then your faction can seem cooler because the Eldar are like, they're too cool for us. There's nothing we can do against coolness of that magnitude. What? People didn't enjoy Emotionless? Bro, where do these things keep coming from? Ah, for fuck's sake. I think that might be it, chat. I think that might be the most fucking annoying enemy ever put into a video game. Nah, it's not true. But they are really annoying. Bro, are we dead serious with this enemy? Tyranids are decently popular too. Not as much as the other ones, but decently. And it just goes to show you how unpopular the Elder are in comparison. Who designs an entire level with really easy to kill enemies who just explode on death, and not even explode to leave like, oh man, you have to dodge out of it in time. No, it just explodes and then just leaves the poison trail the whole time. Okay, so what am I doing? Obviously, we don't want to go near these things. I'm now realizing, even though they glow like they're giving loot, they're not giving loot. Because I guess the devs just like fucking with their own player base. Yeah, it's actually one of the funny things too, is when you realize how the Elder are overpowered in almost every single rule update, is in they're not overpowered almost never. And despite the fact that they're always overpowered, they still can never maintain a good player base. Like, people are just not willing, even when they're trying to win tournaments and shit, people are still like, nah, I'd rather not buy an Elder army. And that's why the Elder never get new models, because no one wants to buy it. I mean, you could probably do some cool stuff with them, but, well... Huh. Oh, we did it. So you're telling me the entire shop content to this game can get bricked if you don't know how to break that pillar, walk through the middle, and then go into this area to find the Forgotten. No, there's no way. I refuse to believe the devs are that dumb. I don't believe you, chat. I don't believe you. I think they got new stuff. They got almost every Aspect Warrior redone. Even if they redid their Aspect Warriors, you have to remember, the way models work in games like that is the new shit is broken and OP, and the old stuff, even if refreshed, is not. Now, I meme because that's not entirely true anymore. The devs, not the model making devs, mind you. Those guys couldn't give a fuck. But the ones who are actually paid to balance the game, they've done a fairly decent job of attempting their best, so to speak. Now, the problem the ones balancing the game have is that the problem that people balancing the game of Warhammer Tabletop have is the model makers come out with new models to sell. You have to actually think of it as like two different games that are attached at the hip. So the model makers, the people making the models, they design stuff to sell the model itself and look cool. And you have to remember that not everyone who buys the models plays the game. In fact, I'd wager it's probably below half the people who buy the models play the game. And then the people who are balancing the game need to give them generally stats that align with how they are in the lore. So for example, orcs are a bit above where their toughness should be. They should reasonably be toughness 4, and Space Marines should be toughness 5. But orcs are toughness 5, and Space Marines are toughness 4 as like a balancing act. Now that's really hated, and a lot of people have already dogpiled on that a lot. That might get changed in the future, but for now it's working to balance orcs, that orcs are just really tanky, right? But they can't, again, it's like the Space Marine line. So they came out with the new AdMech. They have like combat cyborgs, but not even like the combat servitors. No, combat Skitarii. Like Skitarii are already combat cyborgs, and they have like the combat cyborgs of the combat cyborgs. You know, these are dudes like completely cyborged up, right? Practically brains just controlling RoboCop type stuff, right? And they're only as tanky as a Space Marine, which means that they're below, they're pretty much just your average tanky elite infantry. Imperial Guard get hit the worst because even the best Imperial Guardsmen wearing modern, you know, Imperial Guard armor, the Tempestuous Scions, Tempestuous Scions, and then there's another one. They have like elite guardsmen who are like your actual, you know, you got your guardsmen, and those are just your guardsmen, right? Everybody knows the Imperial Guardsmen. Then you got like the elite guardsmen, and these are supposed to be your like elite humans, right? And you're a human. You would probably like to play elite humans, right? Where you're like, oh yeah, these guys have combat armor, up-to-date weaponry, plasma, actual squad leaders, tactics, you know, like these are the actual elite humans, right? Like the human special forces. And you can play with the Tempestuous Scions, and you can play as an army like that. Unfortunately, because they can't be as tough as Space Marines, the elite superhuman humans are still squishy and actually not that special, and actually just die by the dozen. I'll be right back. I need to get water. Now you can say, of course, well, it's a space future. Humans wouldn't be that tanky. Sure, fine, whatever. On the same hand, when your elite humans are below average tankiness, it does kind of feel bad, doesn't it? But that's the thing, you can't make Space Marines tanky because they're the most...
Well, really my only patron.
Space Marines are the most played faction, so if they were tanky, then the most common thing would be tanky into tanky, which, you know, not great. Consume 35 resolve to perform a charged heavy attack. Interesting. You guys told me I could find an axe. Oh, there we go. That axe and dagger. I've never seen that kind of combo before. Axatana?
Now, just don't go dying, okay?
Salvage trebuchets? What? Okay, well, I gotta see what that is now, chat. What?
You can read, right?
Axatana. Yeah, I gotta find what an Axatana is. That's not an axe. I've been thieved. Ballastazuka? Shit, I gotta find that one too, chat. Oh my god, is that just a bazooka?
It's simple, really. You're here, go there.
Great Martyr Blade. Shit, that looks cool. Oh my god, won't that be the giant claymore that the knight had by default? Oh, I gotta go get it, Jed. I gotta. I was really hoping the Axatana would be an axe katana. Let's see if I'm imagining a firing phase where neither side can do any meaningful damage to each other. So they're just like, yeah, take that. Yeah. Ah. Ah. Was kind of boring. It's not an axe katana. I've never been more disappointed, chat. What is a Mether's Pulse? I'll get Frost Resist. What would an Axatana look like exactly? Bro, that's why I wanted to look at it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hearing something called the Axatana and immediately thinking to myself, wait, holy shit, that's awesome. Wait, that's not what I wanted to go. Oh my god. Merrick's like, you're back. I'm like, god damn it. Iconoclast is such a fine name for a weapon. Yeah, I mean, aesthetically, I'm digging the game. Vibe-wise, I'm digging the game. I just think the actual gameplay itself leaves a bit to be desired. Also, I'm not sure why Big Astica has to be in the game. And they have to keep making her in the thing. Everybody's now thinking and looking at me like, bro, is you playing a porn game? I'm like, no, I like it for the gameplay.
You ain't gonna like this.
Wait. What button do I press? Oh, it's just left click. Okay. So is there any way to get into that tower? Now, let's think here. There's no way to get Great Martyr's Blade. So it's definitely this guy's sword. But how do I get up there? I'm open to advice, chat. None of y'all are helping. You know what I ought to call you guys? The least helpful chat in America. I relied on you, chat. I loved you like a brother, chat. And this is the thanks I get. Maybe like you go up there? Worth an attempt? You know, the block doesn't seem to always work so good. Wait, it doesn't even interrupt their combo? They just continue to attack? That ability doesn't have super armor. Okay, I mean, I'm gonna have to start using the parry, I guess. Though I'm not a fan of it. Aha. I'm noticing a problem.
What a slut.
Oh wait, that's not my souls. Where are my souls? Where are my souls? Supposed to be right here. Oh, wait, there they are. Bro, what is this? Tell me those animations aren't cheap. I fucking dare you to tell me those animations aren't cheap, Chad. Bro, it's a near instant attack that he can option combo extend it to from his base attack. So he hits the ground and then can option combo extend into a regular hit. Okay, maybe I'm looking in the wrong area? I don't know. Shall revive Eridum. Oh yeah, the vibes are good. The actual gameplay though, I'm just like, ugh. It's like so messy. I don't know another way to put it. See, the other reason I hate parry games is shit like that, where my best option is to literally just stand in front of them and wait to parry their attacks. That's not fun. That's not compelling gameplay. That's why people in Souls games, they just skip all that shit. And what do? Jumping heavy, so they can actually try to play the game. Okay. Okay. Because, like, if I'm gonna use this shit, I kind of want to play... What's the right way? There's passive gameplay and active gameplay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and say, chat, I don't think this area is leading over to the Great Martyr's Blade. I think that one might not be happening. So with that said, let's go back. We gotta be missing something. Either that or it's just not in the castle and it's outside the castle. And this area here is just there to mess with me. Could be. Could be. Did I really? Okay, cool. I mean, I don't think there's like a second story I could have used. I don't think so. I mean, there's this area over here. Plus, my block button is on a key that is really hard to hit. Boy, that is a lenient parry. Holy shit. Wow, it's like a 3-second window. Okay. My mistake, video game. Oh, the well. Well, Jet, we finally found what's in the well. Okay. I was not aware of how lenient the parry was. That's quite lenient. Doesn't Doom Eternal have a similar lenient parry? I never played, not Doom Eternal, the other one. Doom Dark Ages. I never played Doom Dark Ages. I never played Doom Eternal. I thought Doom 2016 was the exact vibe of boomer shooter that I was trying to get. And then I feel like Doom Eternal went too far, and I just never got into it. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, yeah, I know what you guys are going for, but you lost me. So best of luck with it and all that. Okay, obviously we jump out here. Or do we? I mean, there's no jump. Is there a jump key in this game that I just have not realized? I think if there was, I would... Okay, what was it? Ability, dodge, sprint, hold, interact, infusion, play loot. Infusion / play loot. Okay. I'm not seeing a jump ability. Maybe I just spacebar it, but then I die. But how else do I move out here? I mean, this seems like a pretty obvious... Ah. New fire. When did they add you into the game? Oh my god, I'm building up so much poison from this shit. Honestly, at this point, my best bet might be to just accept that I'm gonna die. Because I did notice that when you get knocked out of your form, your mortal shell, the poison is dispelled. So being that I was at 15 stacks of poison, I think trying to heal through it would be a bit of a mistake. Okay. but then why are we attaching the most lenient parry in the world to that mechanic? Am I off my rocker here, chat? If you're gonna make him parry an inherent mechanic to the entire game to function, why are you making it world's easiest fucking parry? Because you made it inherent to the game, I guess? But then why did you make it inherent to the entire game? Because it's barely a parry. At this point, it's more like a block in time. Funny enough, it's such a lenient parry that that's actually pretty much when I would block normally to conserve stamina and not just hold the block. You know what I mean? So it's barely actually a playstyle difference. Funny. Supposed to get like stacks or something of Lauderer. How does that work? Chad, you guys need to keep me informed. None of y'all are keeping. Executes enemies at low health and gets Lauderer stacks by performing riposte. Now, what counts as riposte? Does anyone know, like, those counterattacks I do, are those the riposte? Maybe I'm doing it wrong. His abilities are both kind of terrible. I mean, the shoulder dash is okay, but you don't get immunity when using it. I feel like I was very under-prepared for this. Okay. It's gonna be a difficult fight. That's just a lot of attacks swinging at me. Oh boy, I can't wait to have to do this every single time. Oh wait, yes I can. When's it gonna be my turn? I got to land one attack. Okay. Now, I'll be fair, Jen. At least the devs didn't leave extremely difficult boss runs with a game that does like 3 times more damage than it should. At least they didn't do that. Wait a minute. I feel like the knight's vibe, though. He's a good vibe, chat. It's a good vibe. So is this just a collectathon game put into a soul's body? I'm starting to think this game and Banjo-Kazooie might have more in common than you'd think. Bro, what the fuck? Is there a trick that I'm not using here? Or something? Cause like... Bro, I don't think I'm even gonna get close. It's 2 enemies who do long attack chains covering each other. Chain attacking over and over again. But they also do very high damage. And this game doesn't really have hit trading. Okay. Am I supposed to parry them? It's kind of hard to parry because half their attacks are the ones that go through parry. Man, anyone who says that random enemies shouldn't do 2/3 my HP could not be more wrong. That random enemy doing 2/3 my HP is a very realistic damage output. What is happening? Is this game for real? Let me remind you, on the map, this guy is basically adjacent to the enemy boss who swung once and then stopped, and that was his only move. The swing once boss was like 200 feet south of this. Giant double ape non-stop attack that also breaks your guard enemy is apparently at the same tier. They're literally the same level of difficulty. I wouldn't have guessed, but man, here we are. Wait, why is it down here now? Wait, why is it back down again? I didn't do that. That's weird. Huh. Am I like supposed to have dropped molten lava on these two and they die without me fighting them? Because I can't really think of any other way to make this possible. Okay. Is this for real? Okay. I mean, remember the parry doesn't actually, it's not like a Dark Souls parry, right? Where normally if you parry an enemy, they like stop their attack chain. This one doesn't do that. If I parry this enemy, they just continue to attack, and then one of them will go into the unblockable attack. Thank you, developers. Very cool. I am just your average boss run, Chad. Why would anyone complain about these boss runs? This all seems normal. Ah, yes. 0 HP and poisoned. The boss of Blighttown stood there and let you beat it up. Gotta make some command grabs in there, chat. Okay, is this like an actual serious boss fight? Like I'm intended to beat this? The power increase you get per level is not nearly enough to make me believe that, like, I'm just a little bit off beating it and need to grind some levels.
To arms.
mean, that's fine. What did I even need healing potions for? This boss fight's pretty easy. I'm like trying to figure out, like that time I tried to parry spam. What is this boss called again? I think I might just Google to see if this is an actual serious boss. Because I'm starting to not believe that this boss is on par with the others I've done. If this was a solo boss, it would be one of the harder bosses I've done. As a duo boss, that makes it like genuinely like 10 times harder. Yeah, bro, is this game just designed around Dark Souls 2? They're like, Dark Souls 2 is the most fun bosses ever. Elden Ring has the best enemy attack types. And then they thought about it and they were like, well, everybody likes Blight Town, right? And there's seriously an elevator every time. The thing is, like, I'm not even getting close, and I don't know, because like, it's not like the rest of this area is beyond my level. Like, these guys aren't like running up and two-shotting me. I like have to stay in the middle of the arena. Ah, yes. Optional combo extender into parry break. What is this for real? I don't understand. This is the worst designed boss. It's literally just two. What the fuck? Okay, so I had to Google this one, chat. So you have to, and I'm shitting you not, you have to change your aiming style to free aim, not the default one, or apparently you can't beat it. Then this boss run back is an actual, like, this is a serious run back. They were deathly serious with this one. Like, they actually think this is a good run back. It's not like a spare area or anything. Bro, where is it? So with their default mechanics, you actually can't beat it, funny enough. I mean, I guess in a literal sense you could. Apparently you need to shoot that thing down onto them. Yeah, and I'm out of ammo. Huh. How am I supposed to break that? Honest to God, I feel like this game preemptively makes Elden Ring look like an 11 out of 10 just because it wasn't developed by these people. It's like if you ever think to yourself, man, I don't think FromSoft games are as good as people say. Play this game and you'll be like, oh shit, no, yeah, no, they're like way better than the competition. No, there's like the mortal shell. The knight is my mortal shell. Because I think what people really want in games like this is to not have a character for some reason. Okay, if I can just kill that thing. Okay, so how am I supposed to blow this thing up? Hold on. So how am I supposed to break these things? And I've got like a microsecond to do it before I start getting... How do I make it fall? I don't get it. I truly don't get it. Awesome. Super cool boss. Honestly, truly, the Elden Ringer. I mean, what I'm being told you do. Now, maybe people are just fucking with me and you're actually supposed to beat it. But, like, that boss does not seem beatable. The other bosses I could maybe understand. But that boss, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before eventually they lock you against the wall by physically moving your character if they need to. And if they do that... And just so we're clear, I have to take falling damage. Like... This might actually be the worst designed game I think I've ever played. The funniest part about this game is no one forced the devs to design it like this. I'm starting to think there's no way to shoot those down and I have to actually just play this fight. But why are they so tanky? Bro, holy shit, even if there was one of them, it would be tanky as fuck. Like, you see me hitting it for peanuts. Bro, I think this game isn't gonna last without a giant fuck-off nerf patch. Like, I legitimately think it's gonna die at the rate it's gonna go. Because, like, bro, this... I just can't... Like, I feel like people are just gonna hit a wall. The damage in this game feels like the damage you would be taking from super late Elden Ring. I don't feel like they even have an area they can go with this. Like, you can't increase damage any further. This is about the maximum I think a Souls game can have. And this design is just so... Like, I think this design right here is so magically fuck-off terrible, it's actually mystifying. Like, I'm struggling to understand how a developer could be so fucking stupid that they would actually design this shit that's happening in front of me. Like, legitimately, I think... This legitimately feels like a game you would find on Newgrounds as a joke game. Ah, yes. But I think your average player will run into these... Like, is this for real? Like, I'm still struggling to believe this is the actual design intent. Like... If one of them did not exist, I would consider this to be a difficulty spike. Two of them is fucking insanity. I'm telling you, this game has no hardened shell to parry or block. I mean, it does, but I'm using the block component, not the hardened shell component. You only get to choose one of them. can only choose one. You can't have both. Can I swap? Yes, and then I won't have block. Okay. Bro, I don't think I've ever reviewed a game and thought to myself, like, I have to give a game a negative review score. Like, legitimately straight up, like, negative 2 out of 10. I think if you handed this game to more competent designers, they could probably fix this up in a few months. But the current implementation is so fucking abysmal that it's like they wanted to kill their own game. I don't even know another way to phrase it. It's like they legitimately looked at their own game and were like, I fucking hate this. How do we get people to not want to play this anymore? I could try to go for the Forgotten Crossbow. Maybe that breaks it. You want me to use Perfect Harden. But, like, you realize this is what it does, right? Like, that's it. Like, you know, it doesn't break everyone's defense and shit. I think my best bet, if I could somehow get here without losing all my HP, but that's kind of hard considering how random the run ends. Including this guy here, who can straight up just choose different attack options. If he uses a triple combo extender, the third hit hits me from an area I can't even see coming. But like, that's it. It's broken now. You act like this is like some... Timing your harden as the hit connects instantly refills your harden meter and deals break damage. Oh, bro, that's gonna help me so much. I'm gonna harden and then get hit from off screen and they'll be like, damn it, ah, darn, now I have to stop attacking. And I'm not convinced that the harden will actually work through their command grab. I mean, we'll have to see, but command grab typically beats everything because it's command grab. Honestly, I feel like the fact that I just said that an enemy is a triple combo extender should disqualify these developers from ever making a Souls game. If you have for any reason ever given a normal tier enemy a triple combo extender, you should no longer design Souls games. Like, you should have your license yoinked. That should be the end of it. I mean, honestly, even putting this boss run in should also disqualify you. Okay, I chose a different weapon. Let me... There's just no way. It does appear that command grab beats it, chat. Is there a parry? Yes. Yes, there is. Have you watched me try to parry these enemies? Because here's what they do. Combo, 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 optional extend, unblockable attack, optional extend, unblockable attack, optional extend, grab. And then you go, wow, that's all my parry meter. And then you're dead. I think my best bet would be to save all my stamina to triple shoot. I think my best bet would be to save all my stamina to triple shoot one of the guys after I get out of my form. Try to, by some stretch of the imagination, last until the revive, and then triple shoot them on my next knockout that stuns them. I think if I could pull that off, I could maybe burst one of them down. Though I'm not sure I would have anything left to do with the second one. At the very least, it would be a 1v1. But that all depends on me being able to get back up. They have these, like, really obvious... actually broke through my stone armor. Oh my god. I mean, eventually I just run out of resources to fall back on. And then when they do an optional combo extend into an unblockable attack, it breaks my heart and I die. Boy, I love enemies with optional combo extenders. Truly the greatest mechanic Elden Ring has added. Anyone who thinks otherwise, chat, you're just a hater. Optional combo extenders are the peak of video game design. Because in a game about reading your opponent's abilities and responding, you shouldn't be able to read their abilities and respond. I mean, I would say that one was kind of close. I don't think I'll ever be able to beat this consistently, but I might be able to bullshit one run. And isn't that what this genre is about, chat? Bullshitting runs. So yeah, they can actually break through the hardened. Although that doesn't seem to be listed anywhere that they can. But they are anyway. I mean, at the very least, what they could have done is added a code that literally everyone else has added in their video game, where if one enemy is attacking you, the others are significantly less likely to. This game doesn't seem to have that extremely basic fucking logic that every other game has added. I think even Dark Souls 2 added that, funny enough. I'm not joking when I'm saying this game actually makes Dark Souls 2 look advanced. Ahead of its time, even. A trendsetter. Input. Yep, they actually broke it again. Okay. And I need to do this to get the awesome claymore that I want to use. Great job, Debs. I think if you handed this to my 10-year-old nephew, he'd have designed a more fun game. Probably. Did they, like, beta test this or something, and then, like, based on response, they, like, increase damage? But instead of being normal human beings, they increase damage by, like, 3 times or something? Because, like, I look at the damage regular enemies are doing to me, and I'm like, Can I level up? The amount of strength I would get from leveling up would be absolutely infinitesimal compared to the amount I would need to make any reasonable impact on this fight. The only thing I can think of is I'm supposed to knock those canisters down, but I've tried. You guys have watched me. I've shot them all day. I even swapped my weapon to see if it was a weapon issue. Yep. Like, I can level up and make my shoulder charge take a little bit less stamina. Which is to say, nothing even close to what I would need. So it seems that if I perfect harden, it actually cancels my harden. And the only way to use harden... I really don't know. I really don't know. If it wasn't obvious that this is where the claymore is at, then I would say this is a joke fight, not really meant to be beaten until later. But it's where my claymore is at, so obviously the devs intend me to beat it. But again, the other boss that was in this area attacked one time and then paused to do nothing. And I want to keep that in perspective. They attacked once and then stopped. Okay, now I'm not allowed to heal or use any abilities. Okay. I think if they didn't have the perfect 360-degree tracking with rollerblade feet that propelled them towards you, you might have a chance. But being that they have full 360-degree tracking with roller skate feet, there's not much I can do to position. No, this is actually the boss after the zone boss, if you want to call it that. I think the hardened armor idea was actually really bad and basically made this harder. Frankly, I'm not really sure what the hardened armor was supposed to do here. They hardened armor, and then they just continue to beat on me the whole time. Here, watch. In fact... Yeah, I don't know why we suggested hardened armor. They literally just sit there and optional select into an armor breaker ability. Not that it even does anything, even if it did work, because what am I doing? I'm just getting time to what? Beats the fuck out of me, chat. Oh yeah, they damaged this game. It legitimately feels like they increased all damage across the board by like 300%. Because people complained the game was too easy or something. Like, that's the vibe I'm getting. This is like, they did some like beta test right before launch. People were like, the game's too easy! So they just went like full psychopath and just tripled all damage. Because holy fuck. Oh, I did forget to send it back because of that thing. Oh, only he followed me this time. We should be fine. I legitimately, it looks like I'm supposed to use those somehow, but I don't even know how. Okay. Is there gonna be like a hot fix in an hour where they like make these people only do 5% of their current damage? Like, I bought the map, I cleared the zone out already, I've done all the other bosses in the area. None of these are even close to as difficult as this guy. Ah, yes. Optional combo extender number 3! Chad, I've shot everything and I've done everything to try to knock down those canisters. Unless there's some weird... Like, look at the map. Do you see anything that would lead you to believe I'm doing something wrong? There's no way to get into that arena normally. There's no way to play this game. Oh my god! Okay. Because the developers are fucking terrible at their job. That's why there's this run back. Bro, every boss has had a run back like this. This is not abnormal. This is pretty much part of the course. The only thing different here is the fall down. But here's the thing. I know that they never put respawns within a dungeon. And this well is going to be counted as a dungeon. So yes, this is the intended run. Yes, and that is the intended boss. Yes, the developers are actually just that fucking terrible at their job. And that guy having, I think that was 4 optional combo extends. That's just life, chat. Sometimes you get developers who are fucking stupid and give a base tier enemy up to 4 optional combo extends. You just do that. I mean, that's just what you do as a developer. Because you called it a Souls game, and therefore shit development is good, actually. I mean, I would not recommend the game. I would legitimately call this my first -2 out of 10 game. It's a game that feels like it should get more fun the more you play, but it actually gets, like, less fun. You'd think that the character customization, all that would be more interesting, but all they do is add more combos, more combo extending, then they start adding in unblockable attacks, and now I'm in a gank fight. It's slowly become less enjoyable over time. Again, if you gave this same game to competent developers, I think they could get this shit fixed up in a month or 2. It mostly just comes down to changing some shit to actually be bearable.
Looky here.
All the optional combo extenders on enemies should be yoinked. There's just step number 1. That's a really easy one, though. That one doesn't even take much thought. Step number 2 would be reducing damage across the board by about 60 to 70%. Some of the enemies seem about fine, but like, I don't know why the big skull with legs dude does twice as much damage as giant muscular polearm dude. Why does he do twice as much damage? I don't know. I don't think you know either, do you, Jed? Any competent developer would have given you immunity on the ground. But these are just not competent developers. They're just not. It's like they've intentionally done everything wrong as a joke. Again, it legitimately feels like a Newgrounds game. Like that I want to be the Boshi type shit. Which is just made intentionally stupid because it's a meme. But this one's apparently a game I had to pay $60 for? Feels a bit odd if you ask me. Now you might be wondering, chat, why is the basic random head enemy dealing 3 times as much damage? Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know. But that guy, I would reduce his damage. The damage he's doing right now, I would reduce to about... Jeez. I might even go so far as to say 80%. Okay. I think every boss should just have you respawn outside the room. There'd be another change. It was a game that did that. It was kind of highly rated. People talked about it. They were like, wow, what a great game. They removed all that annoying shit people don't like. And this game is like, we're doubling down on the annoying shit people don't like. Which is why I think it's a joke game. I legitimately think the Souls community must have come together and hyped up this game just to fuck with people. Leveling increases my health by such an insignificant amount that if I was to go grind 5 levels right now, I'm not even sure it would be enough to make me last for one more hit. So there's no trick. There's only so much dodging I can do when I have to predict what the guy off screen is attacking me with, and I need to predict what the guy in front of me is attacking me with. Shoot the canisters? Congratulations. Where? Because I've shot them everywhere. Bro, I have aimed and shot at them for like 4 runs in a row. No, you guys don't understand that Dark Souls dodge roll is what everybody enjoys about the game. And everybody really liked the Elden Ring DLC because you just got to sit there and dodge roll for 5 minutes between every boss's combo. So, you know, doubling down on that only makes her a good game. See, I think that would be a reasonable normal enemy if his damage was like 80% lower than that. And for the record, shoot the canisters to deal massive damage. Oh, that one finally worked. Wait, where did I shoot it? Wait, are you kidding me? So there's like... By the way, that, far from being massive damage... I have to predict which combo they're going into. Then once they're into it, I need to predict the extenders. And then I can have another guy off screen going back in. Is not the genre for this guy? Bro, this game isn't the game for anybody. Literally no one should buy this game. I legitimately think -2 out of 10 actually made my day worse to play. I cannot think of how you could... Literally, without trying to make it too obvious, how could you make this game worse? That's a serious question. Without kind of revealing that you're just memeing, how could you actually make this game worse? You can't increase their damage. They're already doing 2 to 3 shots. You can't make them tankier. There was already a boss I fought that just stood in front of me and tanked me. So what part did I shoot to drop these things? Okay. Yeah, I tried the top of the cylinder. Remember that? Can the color palette be any more dull? That's what they could do. They could make the color palette even worse. That'd be a good idea. What else could they do to shit the game down? By the way, if a mechanic is deadly needed to make a boss fight, not a 9 billion difficulty spike, then that mechanic should be extremely obvious. Like, the area where you need to shoot should have yellow paint on it. It should be lit on fire, and the camera should pan over to it. Or, you know, they could be like Dark Souls and give literally any clue. But that Dark Souls game, I think it was quite bad. Nobody really liked it from what I remember. So it makes sense that they didn't take any good advice from it. Again, my guesstimation is they must have had a closed beta or something, and they got a lot of feedback that the game was too easy, so they decided to literally just triple damage across the board. Okay, so that did no damage. That also did no damage. Wait, that's it? That was it? Okay. So I lure them in, get them hit with the chandelier, and get about as much damage as hitting them with 2 attacks. Okay. By the way, one of the issues that I'm having, and I don't know if you've noticed it, the reason that dodging is so hard is a pattern goes dodge, dodge, hold, dodge. Now, if in between that hold and the dodge, the other enemy attacks me, I take free damage. And if I dodge too early, then I die. As you can imagine, this makes life a lot harder. The gank fight in Dark Souls 1, the notorious gank fight, was not even close to this difficult. Not only that, it gave you a platform you could run on to try to play it a bit more fairly. Okay. Aggro range is long. Isolate them. Ivo's given me the worst advice. Internet says a canister is supposed to decimate one of them. You don't think people would do that, do you? Go on the internet and lie? I like how the area to shoot them, by the way, shoot the canisters, is so fucking tight that even though I sprayed 3 shots into it multiple times, I missed the one specific pixel of an area you're supposed to shoot them in. Ah, yes, doing 1/3 of my life on its 3-hit combo. I think that enemy could use an 80% damage reduction. I think that would be about fair. Big spear guy, he could maybe keep his damage just because he's, well, giant. Right? Like, that's supposed to be his thing. Everybody else, Optional combo extend. Very short range too, huh? Nope, that was 150. Punished for not using the parry item. I was using the parry item. And I did try it for a little bit. The problem is that they have an optional combo extender into an unblockable attack, and between the two of them they can do it. And so reading on both of them that you're not going to be able to block that attack can get a bit difficult, to say the least. Well, I mean, obviously these two were the toughest enemies in this entire game universe, chat. That's why they have to be the toughest enemies you probably will ever fight. Optional combo extend on regular enemy. Attack number 94! Nice to have that boss run down, pretty neat. I only have to use one healing item because I have forced fall damage before fighting it. By the way, please fire whoever did that, the forced fall damage. Like, actually make them lose their job. Did it spawn my souls out of the arena? Oh, yes, Reaper, you do. Now, if you want to stand in front of those guys and try to parry, be my guest. I'm sure you'll pull it off. They don't have an optional combo extend. No, sir. They'll just let you stand there and parry. And I'm sure you'll be able to parry both of them at the exact same time. Of course you will. You're really good at this game. Especially when the one is attacking you from off screen. That's the most parryable attack, I think. Dude TP'd 50 meter. Yeah, they have roller skates. Every enemy in this game has 360-degree tracking and rollerblades. It's the most laughably shit design I've seen. I made fun of Elden Ring so much for doing that, and these guys like ramped it up to 11. If you actually look at what that guy's doing, by the way, he's actually rollerblading towards me. Yeah. Did you notice that? He literally, and I'm not joking, if you actually stare at them, they hold their weapon up like that, and their feet just go. When League stream, bro, please quit League, and please don't be annoying about it to other people who don't play League. What the fuck is the matter with you, man? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Bro, Elden Ring did not... Like, in Elden Ring, they would track fairly consistently, yes. Or they would rollerblade. But the amount of bosses that had absolutely 100% perfect tracking in combination with rollerblades, I can't really think of many. In fact, I'm pretty sure every boss in Elden Ring actually did respect animations for the most part. And didn't just rollerblade into you. Like, I don't think Melania had any attacks where she was like, damn, you backed away from my sword attack? And she just like rolled forward, just, oh, I'm in range now. I mean, I just don't think this is beatable. I think I'm going to wake up tomorrow to a hotfix nerf. I'm going to try one more, but then I think I just give up. I really wanted to get this Claymore, but I just don't think there's a way to do it, unfortunately. Like, the other bosses are unfun, but they're not this level of, like, literally what kind of crack were they smoking? Optional combo extend, input read mode. Just no way. Bro, the thing is, the one can hit stun me into the other killing me. There's just no hope. Like, I truly hope whoever designed this loses their job, because I shouldn't be paying for video games with this slop of design. Hello, Fava Luna. Ah, boy. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to give up. I really wanted the Claymore too. Yo, I'll get it soon. 1 down. It's easy after that. Bro, if I could, I'd refund this game and just go play something else. But, unfortunately, I guess I should've... You know what's funny is I noticed around the 2-hour mark. I thought to myself, do I really want to play this game? And I thought, I'm sure it gets better. It's probably just some hiccups. It's probably just some hiccups in the early game. No. In fact, the early game hiccups were actually the best part of the game, funny enough. It only got shittier after the early game. The most mysterious thing to me is the fact that the light and heavy attacks use the same animation time. Not quite sure I understand that one. No, that's why I'm with zero sarcasm. This is a -2 out of 10 game. With no sarcasm, with no funny. I'm not trying to do a bit. It's like every aspect of the game was designed for you to hate it. How am I? I'm fine. Fine enough. I really wish I'd just played Barotrauma today. I really wish I had the map so I could easily tell where to go. But okay. I don't know if you've noticed, but the view count and duration has been significantly, and by significantly, I mean literally 2 times higher without Felix. In fact, when Felix is with us, the view duration of Barotrauma was actually well below average. Wasn't that where I died? Yeah. I don't even know why I bothered to use light attacks, just... I guess I'm not just always spamming heavies, but there's literally no point to doing anything but heavies. Let's see, so Veterans Battle Axe, which is probably here, but... Is this really the fast travel for the boss that's gonna be in here? Is this really the best we've got? I mean, I guess. I'm actually underfarmed? Wow, you know, now that you asked it, instead of no, I'm gonna say, still no. Oh, man. Bro, please get fired. Please get fired. Please get fired. Your company would make more money. Your coworkers would be better off without you. Now, normally, Chad, I wouldn't be so mean to developers, but it's clear that the dude is just, like, trolling the people. Like, whoever's in charge of that shit is just trolling the community and making his co-workers' life much harder than it should be. Like, the people who skinned the enemies, designed the enemies, did all this stuff, like, they're trying their hardest, right? And then you got one dude who's just, like, weirdly fucking obsessed. Now, I don't know if it's one dude. It could be multiple dudes. But am I supposed to be down there? What am I supposed to be doing? No, I ran way past. Where the fuck am I? No, it's right. Yeah, no. This boss death run is gonna be so fire. So awesome. Is the game good? No. No. Absolutely not. Legitimately might be my worst game of the entire year. Wow, more explosive barrels. So cool. Ah, man, whoever designed those right next to the entrance of the cave dungeon, ah, what a cool developer. Certainly not just sabotaging his coworkers or anything. No, sir. No, this is the good gameplay that people wanted. So I'm gonna have to sit here and break every fucking barrel one by one, wait for the fire. Is that sarcasm? No. No, I truly believe it's an awful game. I should not have to blow up multiple explosive barrels while running past to try to get to a dungeon just so that I can play the fucking game, bro. Like, fuck off, whoever designed this. It'd be one thing if it was just a tedious, annoying, unfun game to play, but then they double down with this shit, and it's like, okay, so now it's tedious, unfun, shittily designed, and well, I mean, I don't know how they can go anywhere. No, I mean, but you can see, right? Like, I'm not crazy. You can literally see they're deliberately putting this shit. I mean, look at that. Why is it there? Why is it there? For no other reason to kill you if you're doing a death run. That's fucking insane. There's literally no way to defend that. It's fucking psychopath dev behavior. So now, how much do you want to bet there would have been an arrow trap that blows that up? Yep. Oh wow, an explosive suicide bomber next to the explosive chest. Who could have seen it, Chad? Oh geez, they just must be geniuses. The game only gets more fun the more they keep trying to kill you with explosive barrels. I mean, that's what I think. When I think Souls games, I'm thinking like, man, I really hope they introduce more explosive barrels. Like, are we for real? Okay. You're gonna trust me? Bro, if you don't play this game, again, the first 2 hours almost, not almost, they do. They tricked me into thinking it was gonna get better. That the devs just had some early game jitters that they were gonna work through eventually, right? Like, that's what I thought. And I realized that the early game looking almost tolerable was an accident. Unintended behavior. One down. Ah, for fuck's sake. I suppose it's best I should wait for my mushroom to heal me anyway. Two barrel. Three barrel. I don't even know where I missed that one, chat. Did anyone see where that one was? Wait, so now I don't have a gunshot. So how... So I'm just gonna die. Like... Yeah, I mean... Like, I know... Like, this is it? This is the peak game design? I mean, you all read those attacks, right? Every one of those stabs, you would all have been perfectly able to parry those, where he leaves his out, and then he's like, damage, damage, damage. What, Papa Luna? Ah, yes. Losing 2/5 my HP to random spider enemy. So that one has to be blown up or I'm fucked. Okay, we know that much. And then I still take a shitload of damage because for some reason, random fuck off archer is doing like 2/3 my HP with one blast. That one I might be able to avoid, but I'm gonna blow it up anyway. Then I have to hit these people enough to get stamina back to continue to shoot. I forgot, even the white mob enemies get to have optional combo extenders. Then we gotta blow you up because it's into suicide bomber. Oh, he's so funny. He's gonna really trick me, chat. Ah, darn, I got tricked. So... That guy blows himself up. Okay. This is my favorite part about adding parry to any game, is you add parry, then you realize parry is really overpowered, so then you need to make the enemies basically ignore parry, which then you start to think to yourself, well, wait, what? But yes, you have to now make them ignore parry by having attacks that aren't at all readable, or else you would parry everything. It's a natural extension to adding parry. Bear trap, of course. Oh, it's so funny. They really mortaled my shell. Ah, so that's a trap area, and then this is the area. Or this is the area, and that's the trap area. Honestly, I could go either way. What do you think, chat? Is this the trap area, or is the other area the trap area? Please tell me this entire thing is a boss run. I would like nothing more. Wait, is this the way to go back to the surface? I killed the 2 apes? Of course not. Are you serious? No, that's how to go. So that was a shortcut, I guess. Bro, I think I'm either not using something retardedly overpowered, or the devs actually lost their shit and are psychopaths for designing those apes. Okay, but wait, what? Please tell me I have to do... Yes. Oh, that's so perfect. Bro, that's the exact way to think of it. Well, that's why I make fun of the devs for putting these traps in the game. Like, bro, you made the game. You can design anything you want. If you want to put an explosive barrel around the corner that I can't see, and then you want to put an explosive enemy next to that barrel that I can't see, and then you want to put an archer shooting that barrel that I can't see, here's the thing. I didn't make the game. You have perfect capability at every turn to do this. I, as the player, don't actually have any say in this. I'm not being outwitted. I'm not being outsmarted. You, the game master, are just saying, you die. Haha, wasn't that clever? To which I go, yeah, I guess. Oh my god, I used the wrong block button. Ugh. I don't understand why you're not replying to me. I mean, chat's right. I am designed entirely to reply to you. I don't know, did I stream on Twitch? No, otherwise I wouldn't be streaming here, would I? Yeah, you guys have never actually played any Souls game? Bro, Souls games are not even a tenth as bad as this. Souls game put in an enemy that kills you, like, once per map? Maybe? Yeah, it does seem like a bot, doesn't it? Like, Dark Souls 1 has trap encounters, I'll admit, but Dark Souls 1 is also notoriously easy as fuck, where taking it slow and exploring is the game. Like, if you go and you play Dark Souls 1, I promise you, it is not even a tenth as hard as you've been led to believe. The traps enemies do is like a skeleton around a corner that tries to kick you. Or a skeleton that walks up and if you block, it misses its attack and knocks itself off a wall. Like, the trap areas in Dark Souls are not... Like, it seems like a dragon flies up and puts the area on fire and you back away. You know what I mean? That's the kind of traps there are in Dark Souls 1. Not, we put 10 one-shot explosive barrels back to back with exploding enemies, because haha, go fuck yourself. See, that is not, ironically, the sort of content that Dark Souls 1 is actually known for. And again... Don't let this stress you out, but... Is an entire trap dungeon? Bro, the entire... I don't know if you've ever played through, what's it called? Shen's Fortress or something? Shem's Fortress? I don't fucking remember. Someone's Fortress. If you've ever actually played through that, the traps in that are things like, there's spinning blades while you walk down an alley. You have to hold your block button as they shoot projectiles at you and you move forward. Yeah, no, seriously, that's it. Yeah, I think they're a bot, Taylor. And again, you have to remember that the playing of Dark Souls 1 is actually really easy. And I need to keep saying that because Dark Souls 1 is a trap exploration game. It is the game where you take it slowly. It is the game where you clear every corner. Because that's what it's designed to be. That's its objective. That's its gameplay. It's very slow moving as a game. You are physically not very fast in that game. And when you block enemies, they get knocked back. So if you just hold block and round a corner, 90% of the time, you actually are fine. Let me try this ability again. Okay, it doesn't even hit stun. That's disappointing. I got hit stun by the guy over there, so I couldn't block this guy also. Also, I don't know how to tell you this, but the archers in Dark Souls 1 do like 7 damage. In this game, they do like 700. I think the archers could actually 4-shot me, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, Dark Souls 1 is, in a lot of ways, not even in the same genre as a game like this. All the people who enjoy Dark Souls 1 and talk it up, they forget that this game is, like, practically in a different genre. Let me get water. Like, let me keep this in perspective for some of you guys. Most enemies in Dark Souls 1, if you block their attacks, they would like bounce off your shield and get hit stunned. So if you just held block while running down a hallway, or blocked and then like looked left while walking into a room, you would not be tricked. And that was the whole point of the game. When people talk about Dark Souls 1 traps, remember in Dark Souls 1, 90% of the game is walking down a hallway in block, looking at the ground, trying to find a key or something, turning around a corner and being like, ooh, is anybody here? Like, that's what Dark Souls 1 was like. And you can go back and you can play it. And honest to God, Dark Souls 1 might be one of my most favorite games of all time. I just think that it's not very replayable, despite what people say, because at the end of the day, once you know all the tricks and traps and once you know the enemy placement, it's not really the most difficult nor exciting game. A lot of the bosses were likewise designed not with the idea that these are going to be some super hard you know, bosses where you'd have to learn 90 attack patterns. It would be things like, and I shit you not, this boss does fire damage on hit. And you're like, oh my god, but my shield only blocks physical. I can't block fire. And then you'd find a shield that blocked fire and you'd be like, oh my god, now I can block the boss. And then you'd kill Shelob. In case you think I'm joking, I'm actually not. That was the fight. I failed to complete a Dark Souls game? 2. No, honestly, I probably could have beaten Dark Souls 2, but I didn't want to play with online enabled, or sorry, disabled. And the online of Dark Souls 2 had a critical flaw that is so laughably bad, I actually don't understand how it was never fixed. What was the critical flaw? So some mad genius decided that in Dark Souls 2, and only Dark Souls 2, your PvP level would include, and I shit you not, souls that you lost by dying. Now what does that mean? That means if you're doing a death run to your body and someone ganks you, you lose those souls, but all those souls you just lost still count towards your level for PvP. In other words, you can start fighting dudes who are like level 100 if you're like level 60 because you keep getting wiped on death runs. So as time went on and I kept playing Dark Souls 2, it was rather obvious to me really quickly that my character was bricked and I should either choose to make a new character or turn online play off. I chose to quit that stupid game. I know. Truly a mad genius I am. Yep. So I was taking the PvP fights and playing the game until I realized, wait a minute, the reason I keep fighting people I can't beat is because they all have like 50 levels on me. And then I realized that engaging in PvP was actually dooming me, which kind of ruined my vibe. And then, of course, due to streaming it, I was getting invaded like every other level. And I was getting invaded by people, like the same people who kind of just knew where to go and knew that they were very high above my level. But in my opinion, I think Dark Souls 2 I think it was a fine game. It just has so many bad ideas. I can't find a revive point. Dark Souls 2 was the ultimate potential man game because it had so many good ideas that would have made it so much better. It had, funny enough, for some reason they got super salty and didn't use them, but they had reworked all the animations on weapons, on executions. They had done so much to improve the game, and then they did literally the worst ideas you've ever seen in your life to compensate. What do you mean, you might say? So they did shit like your health bar goes down the more you die until you use a finite resource to get it back. Huh, you say. That seems odd. Things like, again, soul memory. That even if you die and don't use your souls, that it still counts towards your overall level for PvP. Once again, huh, you say. That's pretty dumb. Yeah, it had totally reworked animations that they later ditched. I don't know why. Again, this must have just been salty or spiteful or something, but there's no reason to ditch the animations that they reworked. They had dual wielding, they had power stancing. Those weren't in Dark Souls 3, actually. Now, some people don't know that. That wasn't like a Souls mechanic and then added into Elden Ring. That was a Dark Souls 2 mechanic, not even a Dark Souls 3 mechanic. It was only in Dark Souls 2, funny enough. And so they had the dual wielding mechanic. They had much more interesting ability. I remember the weapon animations were better. I don't remember how, though. If you asked me how they were better, I wouldn't remember, but I do remember them being better, if that makes sense to you. You didn't like the parry animations? They like reworked all of them and they made them actually pretty good. To the point where a lot of people kind of want them added even into Elden Ring and company. Where am I? Oh, I went the wrong way. They use the same animations, have been using the same animation since Demon Souls. Demon Souls, now, if you guys ever want a trap game, Demon Souls is a trap game, but Demon Souls was designed to be a trap game. And that's why I don't understand why people always compare everything to Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls. Yes, those games had traps, but, like, the traps were far more observable, and they were far more predictable, right? Like, if you're going to a room like this, you can pretty much guess that you're going to need to put up your block and look left and right, right? Like, you're like, oh, okay. With the camera in Dark Souls being like, I think it was closer like this on you, right? It was not that hard to just be like, is everyone here? Here? Okay. That's all it took. No, I'm not even joking. It was really just that easy. Yeah, I'll try the axe, even though I'm not really sure what the differences between weapons will be.
Pure obsidianite. It's almost... I must... Now, let's see what she can do for your... She could do a lot more if we fixed her up.
Veterans. Wait, it's a +4 veterans battle axe. Huh. I mean, I kind of like the shotgun. And what would I need to enhance this axe? I would need 9. I don't have 9. Axe. There we go. To be fair, the bosses in Demon Souls weren't really bosses as you would call them today. I would legitimately say, and you're free to disagree if you don't think I'm right, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think I would legitimately say that Demon Souls is more comparable to Zelda than it is to Elden Ring. That Elden Ring is actually noticeably different. Well, good to know my jumping attack was, So was that a grab that did that much of my health? I noticed that it's the same... Oh, whatever. Okay, Corrupted Gate. Did I do that? The fuck is that thing? Oh god! Incisors coming for me. Okay. I'm reminded that Duke Nukem Forever had super long sync kills and people didn't like it. Then Doom 2016 came out. It was like, what if they aren't? No particular reason that I would think that at this exact moment, but you know, just something I'm thinking. Have I already been here? Mushroom Village Gate. Found a better weapon? No, I was just parrying. That guy's attacks, despite being like weirdly big, are weirdly parryable. So I figured I'd just parry them. Save myself some hassle. Yeah, no, unironically. Unironically, Demon Souls bosses were more of puzzles than bosses. I do like the axe. I am kind of axe-pilled right now, chat. Where's the Fallen 2? I feel like too many Souls games go into shit like this. Like, okay, you guys know what kind of games I play. Like, let me be clear, my dudes, my fellows. I play shit like Borrow Trauma with 9 mods. All that, like, dramatically make the game harder. I spent my weekend dying in Borrow Trauma in our co-op game for, like, 20 hours combined between the days. I don't think I made any character progress. I think my character is back to level 0 again. So don't get me wrong, I don't mind dying, I don't mind challenges. It just has to be something reasonable. When a Husk Chimera gets aboard the ship, and I know that none of my early game weaponry can even hope to damage it, that's a little bit different in a game designed to be like that than in a game like this to be like, haha, double monkey, you can't win. And I'm like, wow, I really can't. And they're like, haha, get fucked. Not to mention Borrow Trauma is like 20 bucks. This game is a little bit more. Okay, am I just blind or something? Okay. So what all does my... What all does a weapon do exactly? It changes my left click and my right click, and that's it? There's no, like, holding or anything? What do those gates even mean? I do like that they upgrade your weapons with percent damage, though. I don't know if Elden Ring actually does the same thing, but seeing your weapon is getting 5% more damage is a lot more readable than +1. +1 what? I don't know. To use 3? 3 is not on my weapon, that's a different ability entirely. I mean, I could look at my stuff. Slaying melee attacks inflict perforation. What is a leech? Each stack increases max health. Gain stacks by slaying enemies. So I get more HP the more I kill. Okay. And then this one is perforation. Bonus damage from sidearm. Nah. Both of these are weak. I mean, am I supposed to have more of these or something? I just don't get it. So these are my support. Riposte damage increased. Range attacks deal more crit damage. Okay, I mean, I guess free is free, right? I don't even know how I guessed that, Chad. I just guessed it. It just felt right to me. It also feels like something's gonna drop on me. I just get that feeling. I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Oh man, my intuition is pretty good, Chad. Oh my god, bro. Okay. How does the option... Okay, is the input reading me? Every time I go for the parry... Bro, I don't fucking know. By the way, this is the normal difficulty of bosses. Just in case you didn't understand... No, the bosses are not normally as hard as Mr. Giga Ape was. Yeah, so just to be clear, that is the normal difficulty of enemies. Hence why it's a bit annoying that they put the claymore that I wanted behind the most laughably overtuned boss. Enemies dying by a range attack will explode doing splash damage. I mean, okay. I think I'd rather have enemies perforate when I hit them. I like the idea of the character customization, though. In my opinion, that seems to be the game's strong suit right now. Okay. So, Mr. Magician. Was this just that? Well, I got the other item from him already, so I guess let's just collect them. This feels like the one magician from Dark Souls 3. Not the magician from Dark Souls, Elden Ring DLC. Bro, that guy pissed off so many people and I found him so amusing. God, people were pissed. People are like legitimately pissed off. It was kind of amusing in a way. Base damage +1. Shell ability damage. Shell health. I don't know what I'm doing here. The dungeon design in this game is not too bad either. Not the best I've ever played with, but it's not the worst. I put it above average, really. Really only let down by the bosses are either the biggest jokes you've ever seen in your life, or like the most weirdly difficult thing you've ever seen in your life. I have no idea what controls crits in this game. I really don't. So am I in a different zone? Am I in a corrupted gate? Mushroom Village Gate Beacon. And then this is the corrupted gate. Wait, so I'm in the corrupted gate now. I think. This seems more like Mushroom Village than the other area did. I guess we can't block. No real way to tell why I couldn't, but okay. There's a corrupted gate like a super dungeon?
To the wild.
Kinda don't like how tanky some of these guys get, because they don't have like a gimmick or anything. They're just, I'm really tanky, and you're just like, oh, okay. Can I get that honey? Can I be a Winnie the Pooh? Who's attacking me? See that? The frog just stares in the distance waiting for you to finish him. No, he's not. He was doing his best, chat. That frog was literally God's gift to frogs. He did literally his best, and you're just making fun of him. Personally, that's messed up, chat. But does he just use a dagger for everything? That thing dead or not? That frog was the frog champion of Frogsterville, and you just made fun of him. And for what, chat? And for what? Make yourself feel good? Tar spore. I am now familiar with it. I didn't. Oh no, wait, that was welt cap. Wait, what's a tar spore? Cures poison and grants poison mitigation. Can be cast an additional time. Oh, okay. Cures lightning. Well, this one gives me damage reduction when it's in my passive. Poison mitigation, burn mitigation, blood curse mitigation, mitigation. 2 offerings needed. Offering. I mean, I do like the animations, I'm gonna tell you that. Like, one of the easiest things you can do to fuck up a game is to give it shit animations. Okay, so I lit a candle. This candle. I think I did that. Did I do that? Huh. Hi, they really outsmarted me on that one, Chad. Oh man, they're too smart for me. I guess I deserve to lose half my health. Oh, there's candle number 2. I didn't see an unlit candle. An unlit candle. Chat, find me an unlit candle. You guys are smart people. The smartest. Some people came to me the other day and they said, do you know the smartest chat ever? I said, of course, my chat. My chat's the smartest chat. No other chat is as smart as my chat. But seriously, where is it? Is it behind it, maybe? Are they fucking with me? Yeah, 1 offering needed, so I have to find the candle. I was right. I guessed it correctly, chat. That's because I'm a hyper genius. But I need to find the last one. Where? It wouldn't be in here, would it? No, it is in there. Okay, can I just, like... I love losing all my health. That's so fun. The cage is locked. Oh. Fair enough, video game. You actually did something right in your life. Siegebreaker's Stone. Now what do you do? Oh, wait. Range attacks deal more stagger damage. Can I get some stuff that's actually useful for a goddamn change? Okay, well that... please don't tell me it gets back up from that. It gets back up from that?! That was like the least get back upable thing I've seen. And I've seen what they did to the Cookademon. Cookademon? Cockademon? Remember when he like grabs its eye, he's like, and then it... I always hated that one. Did you guys hate that kill animation in Doom? Was it Eternal or 2016? Wow. Holy shit, we Dark Souls 2. Gank fight. Yeah, I'm gonna give you a secret. I actually didn't think gang fights were bad. Some people got really annoyed by them. I actually was kind of fine with them. So to keep this in perspective, once again, that is a normal boss difficulty. I mean, I kind of like the overall vibe of the game. That's what I find. I like the overall vibe of the game. And that's why I find all this needless, stupid shit to be needless, stupid shit. Like, what's the point of adding this all and making the game shittier? What is being gained by that? Nothing. Nothing is being gained. You're just shitting on all your co-workers and making everyone's life miserable because now you're gonna have people voting the game down because you just do dumb shit. If I had to make one serious criticism, I feel like go one more. Aw, man. There we go. I wish enemies had a stun meter or something. I know they're stagger, but it doesn't read properly. It's like they didn't want heavy weapons. It's like they didn't want heavy weapons to be used to stun people like they are in Elden Ring. So you have to do this jank parry stuff and then stab them with a dagger. Half the fun of Elden Ring was giga stunning them into your hammer attacks, but you can't do that in this game, which frankly leaves a lot to be desired for me. Oh wait, he even poisons his own friend, huh? He's got 16 stacks of poison on him, but he barely takes any damage. Maybe they got poison resist, I don't know. I mean, that's of course true. Discomfort. It's like everybody said Radon was shit, Radon was shit. Then, like, they beat Radon and suddenly they were like, wait, now that I can consider myself superior for beating it, now it's peak design. You know, I beat Radon, and I beat him the good old-fashioned way. You know the good old-fashioned way, chat? The good old-fashioned way to beat Radon was I looked at what he was doing, and you can go back and check the VOD, I'm not making this shit up. I looked at what he was doing, and I thought to myself, okay, this is the most difficult enemy in all Souls history. He's designed inherently from the very ground up to be entirely unbeatable by shields. Now, is there a mathematical way to min-max myself to block him to death? And yes, there was actually a way to block him to death and to reach just enough physical at 100 and holy resist at I think 95 or some shit that you could beat him. Man, I'm not getting like any gloom souls. Cleanse another beacon, huh? You know what Dark Souls did right, though? Not Dark Souls, Elden Ring. They eventually made blocking complete horseshit, but they did that thing. What was that thing you could do where you blocked then attacked? Like a counterattack? What was that called? That was good design, in my opinion.
Of your mind.
Vanished.
Bro, like, why do you just have no invulnerable frames? And enemies can just attack non-stop. Such a mystifying design decision. I thought this guy had a thing. Executes enemies on low health and gains slaughter stacks. Well, what does that even mean? The Dark Souls 3 DLC, though, I'm gonna give you my own controversial opinion. I actually think the 3-phase fight in Dark Souls 3 DLC was actually done pretty well. I think that she didn't unnecessarily and unfairly punish you for trying to go aggro. A lot of the bosses were being designed that, like, if you even so much as lifted a finger, they would animation, or so what do they call that? They would input read into counterattack you, which was getting really old. And she didn't have input reading, I don't think. Even though it felt like she did, I attacked her a lot first. As in, I didn't counterattack, I was the one who attacked her first. I did that a lot. And it never really felt to me like she was input reading. I got in a lot of hits before she would even start animating an attack. In fact, I got to the point where I actually thought, wait, It actually seems beneficial to attack her first. Phase 3 was definitely annoying. Well, actually, I would say Phase 2 was probably the most annoying, because that was the one where you had the dude attacking you from off screen. Right? So the best way... Dude, like, look at this damage! Like, what the fuck? Bro, you cannot tell me that a simple spam enemy landing one attack on you should deal that much damage. It's the most asinine thing I've ever seen in my life. And now that I'm using a slower weapon, I'm realizing this sucks. So blocking is kind of shitty compared to dodge rolling, because you can't animation cancel into a block, but the game lets you animation cancel into dodge rolling. Certainly very odd. That was long range. Phase 2, I think, was the weakest part, but other than that, I think it was fine. The Phase 2 had some legitimate issues, though, because it had the enemy that kept attacking you from off screen. So I, and probably most other people, chose to treat it as a damage race fight, where we were like, ah, fuck it, I'll just damage race. And if the guy from off screen attacked too much too often, it would drag your health down and kind of make the fight unwinnable. Please don't tell me this entire fight. Wait, no. Wait, what? Well, this is curious. Isn't this the entrance? Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been here. Or was this the entrance? They're definitely trying to do a Dark Souls 1-ian style of dungeon where you unlock shortcuts, but their dungeons aren't long enough to really use it. The reason Dark Souls 1 shortcuts and all that worked is you'd always go back to the main area and you would unlock a shortcut to the main area. Unlocking a shortcut from the beginning to the end of a dungeon like this kind of feels pointless. Okay, what does it want me to do here? Am I supposed to jump off to my death? Yes. Maybe I should have just gone back for HP. I mean, I had the shortcut right there. It's kind of weird that the block effect is actually not good with big weapons, because they take so long to animate that you're never back to being able to block. corroded stone. What is that? Corroded stone. Projectiles deal. Okay, well, I can either do that. Yeah, okay. Projectiles deal 8% of the original damage every 7 seconds for 30 seconds. Now, does that stack, I wonder? Oh, well, I guess they're just gonna die here. And we can't go back anyway. Oh, guess not. Of course you should expect an explosive barrel around every corner. Although, to be fair, that seemed to have been the theme of that one. Oh, did he just hit me with a staff? Chat, the sheep are innocent. They did nothing wrong. Wait, wrong button. No, I didn't even press it twice. Okay, I might have to kill the sheep. Wait, what? Wait, what? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to kill the sheep. But I kind of didn't want to. Reminds me of shitty slug boss. Bro, did you see the damage output when you're a sheep? That's kind of funny. That's like Dragon Ball Jawbreaker coded right there. Okay, well, that seemed unnecessary. Okay, that's taking too long. We'll just whoop this guy's ass. Sheephead totem. Turns you into a sheep. Yeah, but I mean, you've seen the damage output of that sheep, right? So, Mushroom Village. its final boss was the Pied Piper. Did anyone have the final boss of Mushroom Village is the Pied Piper on their bingo card? How do I tell if it's cleared or not? It looks cleared. I mean, corrupted gate, corrupted gate. I have to believe that this is completed. Well, I mean, let's be real. That was kind of a gank boss as shit. It just wasn't a very strong one. And that's the difference between that and the other duo. It's like... the other guy just swings into you non-stop with insanity damage. These guys, not so much. Okay, we get another shell point. And my health goes up by 4. And we get shell health. Or as I like to call it, shelf. Shoulder bash inflicts 150% damage. Shoulder bash inflicts weak. Weak. Afflicted targets deal less damage. Shoulder bash resolve cost goes down, and each level reduces cost of Eredrim's ability. Okay. So far, I'm not sold on the egg.
I am your devoted brother.
Like, I'm not sold on it. So you're telling me they added fast travel, but they didn't add fast travel like any normal human being would. They added fast travel like this, where you have to, like, pick. Using fast travel in Elden Ring even on a controller was better. How do people randomly just degrade like that? Like, how does that happen? So it looks like we go whoop. Okay, I've memorized it. I don't need to look at it again.
Some cod-pieced cuckolds here for you.
Not now. I'm busy.
What?
You heard the lady. Piss off. You heard the lady. Piss off.
What?
Ignore him. He must stew. Now, be gone.
What did that do for me?
No touch. Harwald is very sensitive.
Harwald. Feels like cleansing corruption was an entirely unnecessary mechanic. Okay. Do I get anything for this? Doesn't seem so. Burnt effigy. Okay, so the dash attack does 2 tracking roller skate heavy attacks. Now, if I have my own tracking roller skate heavy attacks, I can win this one, chat. Begin trial. Why does he just randomly get to decide whether an attack is going to be blockable or not? That doesn't feel fair. Special technique. Unyielding stone. This stone don't yield. Which one's the unyielding stone? Unyielding stone. Tar stone incompatible. I'm not even allowed to use it. Wait. Wait, but I'm using a giant axe. Wait, what? Tell me, it says right... Oh, I see. The red is... Okay. Your weapon light attack combo has stagger immunity. Wait, are we serious? But you can't use that on the one that would really want that? Okay, video game. If you say so. I think I came in this way, right? Yeah. Honestly, chat, truly I've amazed myself with how smart I am. See? Didn't even run into those. So this is what we are, huh? Some kind of sprinting heavy attack.
Dead.
Oh man, I want to get down to that raven so I can get a damn map.
Refs.
Bro, the tracking on this attack. Well, alright then. I guess we're just spamming sprinting heavies. The Giga Snail! I thought it was just a myth. All roads lead to Unga Boonga. I've been watching you swing big weapons in many games now. Right, but I didn't think sprinting heavy would be so much better. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. Chat. I think. The one thing I can't quite get.
Looking for something? Well, sorry, Brev. Hilga's out. Old Grom's in charge now.
I will.
I wouldn't say I'm done with Mistfall. It seems like such a definite way to phrase it. I'm just waiting to see if they patch it. Get some stuff improved. I have a lot of games to play in my life, chat. I'm not like you. I don't just play one game forever and be like, yay! You know. One of those dudes who plays a game and they leave a Steam review. It's like 17,000 hours played, and they're like, I hate this game. The developers are terrible. And you're like, what? What? You know exactly who I mean, chat. It's you. I'm making fun of you. What? What? What?
To me.
What? Okay, I just have one question. What, comma, the fuck? Does anyone know what just happened? Legitimately, because I don't. Wait. Your weapon deals a guaranteed critical hit. I don't like it. Okay, you know, I understand. I see what you're saying. Follow-up question: why? Why did I go to jail? What happened there, chat? Why did I end up in Rune Prison? Ethereal diapason. I like Erdrim. But why did I get sent to jail? How annoying.
May the Mother shelter you.
Welcome to my humble shop. I've got
I'm gonna go to Merchant von Urchint. Mab's Tarstones. Consume 40 resolve to perform a charged light attack.
come back again.
So what does that do? Oh, frost resist. I should have known. The obsidian hammer.
Now, just don't go dying, okay? Careful out there, Brev.
Brev.
Praise Metha.
$15 Ventrium? $15. Huh.
You find anything? Eager to please her, are you?
I'm too poor to upgrade my weapon. I have the Ventrium for it, though. I could try to do monkey knife fight, but I doubt I'd get any closer than I did last time. No, it's not true. I'd definitely get closer. But would I beat it? Probably not. Now I get 5 heals. 5 heals. Ah. Ew. Ew. No. No. Absolutely not. I'll be right back. I think the Revenge of the Ape Bros, but I'm telling you right now, the amount stronger I am is still insignificant. So, like, is this the entire game?
Is that the night? Let us discover his purpose together.
That's Aerodrome. That's TL.
I would not pursue this husk of a man. His very presence spreads rot and ruin.
Chat, she's a hater. She be hating. Feathers, breath. Training weld. It just occurred to me, this is definitely gonna be one of those games where the first zone is the best and then it all goes downhill. Let's think here. So I need to get to the Raven. And what's going on here? Shit. The colorblind trial. Whoops. Whoops. What is the purpose? Oh my god. I think they might have skipped the trial scaling properly. You know, I can't help but feel that the gameplay in this game would be a lot better if the enemy damage was not cataclysmically high.
Taste everywhere, lost serpents.
Like, I feel the damage in this game being so high is just, it's like a compounding problem. It's not just a one problem, it's a compounding problem. Didn't I already have that? No, my ranged critical chance. Oh. Okay, I guess all we find are upgrades for my ranged weapon. Because it fucks up the early game. It fucks up everything. Like, everything just feels so janky with the damage being so high. Shoulder bash into block is a stun. I mean, if I charge my shoulder bash, it does really good stun. That's about it, though. Revitalize the beacon. Get a glimpse.
What's next, Harbinger?
Well, that's pretty much what I wanted. Oh, okay. Sure. Why not? The home damn region, huh? The way I would describe this game is just hella unpolished. A bunch of good Bro, what? But how do they get to keep teleporting me here? This is bullshit. What the hell? I don't get it, man. And now we gotta go teleport back, I guess. I don't know. Bro, is this like a practical joke or something? Hold on, let me look around. So the only thing... Okay, there is the salvage tribute shacks. Well, I gotta go find the salvage tribute shack. I mean, its name is Tribute Shacks, Chad. Tell me how something called a Tribute Shacks could possibly be lame. You literally can't. You literally can't tell me how that could be lame. Would that even be a Trebuchet X? Am I enjoying the game? It's a pretty forgettable game, really. Game kind of reminds me of like a Dragon Dogma 2, where it's like it's pretty forgettable. Thus far, I would say I'd say with its crazy reliance on dodge roll spamming, on not really timing anything, on really just sort of breaking the Souls formula, does it so much disservice. Any Souls game with animation cancels needs to really look at itself and think why it has that. But a game that can animation cancel without even using a resource, now, that's pretty bad. The damage output on enemies is just fucking insane. Was this game just made by a rogue player who just dodge rolls everything? Like, if you try to play the game in a way that's not like dodge roll spamming, like, what's the point of giving these big heavy attacks if, like, using them is just gonna get me killed due to the insanity damage output? Like, I can't really hit trade if one fucking hit removes 98% of my health. Oh my god. Legitimately, an across-the-board nerf of all damage by half would make this game so much more stomachable. Like, what's even the point of trying to use these big attacks it gives me if eating a single fucking attack can do 98% of my health? There's no point to this big weapon. There's no point. All it does is kill me to try to use its good shit. My best bet for fighting these guys is to sit here and just parry, but then I'm not even using the weapon, am I? And then when I go to use the actual attack, I'm not using my weapon, I'm using their special animations. It's a whole flawed system. And then the roller skates. Like, look at these roller skates. Okay, didn't do it on that one. Do I have to be like close? There we go. Look at those roller skates, man. I'm legitimately starting to come to the realization that every single enemy I should just, like, walk in front of and then awkwardly just stand there and parry. Because all my abilities, I'm just going to end up dodge rolling away, or I'm going to have to hit trade. And then the problem is hit trading in this game is kind of bad. So my best attack is clearly this one. But I mean, that seems to be the only attack really worth using, even. I'd like to meet the genius who decided that that guy's ranged attack needs to be a shotgun with RNG dispersion, such that it can actually just insta-gib you if it correctly RNGs its shots. I would very much like to know what the idea here was. There's so many extremely poor decisions being made in this game. Paradox player learns about bullet spread. Yeah, bro, I literally had no idea that bullets had any spread until just this very moment. Are you kidding me? Man, what a new concept. It couldn't all be me complaining about the damage either being like 1/10 of my HP or 150% of it. No, that's entirely unrelated to my complaint. I just literally didn't know there was bullet spread. Bro, these enemies are so tedious. Oh my god. Yep, and there goes... And there goes my entire health bar because I got hit one time. You don't understand the difference between random bullet spread and bullet spread? I think we're all aware shotguns have, you know, bullet spread in video games. Kind of one of their defining features. I think we can accurately assess that most people are aware of that fact. One of the biggest issues I have is there's no point to actually fighting these enemies. Because if you take the time to fight enemies, because every single hit does like 1.5 potions of damage. It means that because every single hit does like 1.5 potions of damage, it means that stopping to fight enemies is actually rather pointless, because you make one mistake and you'll be out too many resources to really continue. It's got so many cascading problems, this game, to where you want to enjoy the game, but it's like the game doesn't want you to enjoy it. And the only thing you could seem to do to make those guys difficult is to always make them gank you. Now, normally being ganked by enemies isn't that big a deal, but because this game has no invulnerability on hit, invulnerability when knocked down, any of that, and each enemy does like 3 times the damage they should, a single piece of shit hitting you in the back is enough to kill you very easily. And then this ends up being my best approach. Kitty, do you really need to be in front of me? Kitty cat?
Kitty kitty.
Is it easy to skip enemies? It's not really that hard, no. And that's kind of one of the problems, is that if it's easy to skip enemies, and it's not optimal to ever stop to fight them because they're far too punishing, then you kind of don't get to enjoy the overworld, because your ideal solution is to sprint past everyone, never interact with enemies, and try to save your health potion for the actual objective you're going for. I would say one of the issues they're trying to do is they're trying to do a very Dark Soulsian thing of like, do you have enough health potions to get to the next objective? But the thing is that Dark Souls 1 is a linear adventure game. Now you're gonna say, it's not linear, but it's pretty linear at the end of the day. And so making it from bonfire to bonfire is the difficulty, yes? And if you can't make it, you have to go back and retry, reset it, right? This game isn't like that at all. So these extraordinarily limited potions just serve to be really fucking annoying when combined with insane enemy damage. The Tooth of Noche. Oh, I don't know what that means. It's supposed to be like a thing in here, but I don't see anything. Dude, this is like the sloppiest Dark Souls copy. It's just so fucking sloppy. I think if the devs had a coherent vision, it would have worked better. Instead of just like... It's like they just haphazardly copied a bunch of shit from Dark Souls without really understanding why things worked the way they did. Dark Souls has super limited health potions. Yes. Because the actual progressing the level is the challenge. Individual enemies in Dark Souls aren't challenging. It's mostly, can you continue to progress while enemies randomly slap you in the back over and over? That's the challenge, is being slapped in the back, or slapped for going into a room, or slapped by environmental damage. And eventually you get whittled away. Dark Souls 1's a very whittle-based game. You don't really ever get combo killed. Yes, you can get combo killed, but it's not at all how you typically die. Okay, this is the last room, and I'm not sure I understand what it is I'm looking at. what is it trying to get me to do here? I feel like at least the Elden Ring DLC had a coherent vision. Not the vision I would have gone with, but a coherent one nonetheless. Okay. So we went into this room. I mean... Ravaged hideout. It's kind of annoying that it doesn't tell you when it completed a dungeon or anything. People make fun of Skyrim, people make fun of Elden Ring for telling when you completed a dungeon. I'd much prefer that than to this, where was that item the finish? Was I supposed to find more? There's this whole section over here. What is this for? What is this meant to do? What is happening here? Am I supposed to drop? Does it want me to die? Well, obviously the game does want me to die, but what am I supposed to do here? The salvaged trebuchets was supposed to be here, but it's not. Huh. Well, I don't know what to do then. What can I think I'm done. Not every dungeon is supposed to be immense. I mean, it's just design slop. It's, I would say, 3 competing ideas going at each other, conflicting with each other, and making the game miserable to play. One dude wants to make this an I want to be the Boshi clone that just kills you with random shit all the time and goes, "Ah, I guess you'll remember that next time, won't you?" Another guy wants this to be an action-adventure game where you explore and do all that stuff. And then the third guy wants it to be like, man, the Elden Ring DLC was too easy. It's time to make that easy mode go away and make a real man's game. Now that second dude with the action-adventure, I look at him and I think, okay, you know what you're doing. Trap guy, and can we make this game even harder guy? They're pretty dumb. Third guy, who decided every single enemy needed optional combo extenders on top of roller skate feet, that guy should stop designing video games. Now, I will say it's probably, again, it's probably got the best character design. Not design, but like customization, building. It's got the best of that stuff of any Souls game I've played. So I can say that much at the very least. But like everything else is a catastrophe. Where the fuck am I? At a certain point, it just feels unreal that at a certain point, it legitimately just feels unreal, their design. Like, it just feels like a joke game. Things like this. Hey guys, what if we had enemies that explode into a poison cloud and block your path? You have to awkwardly sit there. Like, okay. What did that contribute to the... Oh boy, I got a critical hit. So it carried me forward and I didn't dodge roll backwards instantly. Haha, now I lose a fourth of my health bar. Ooh, game design. But that's what I mean, like, it's just pointless to kill these people, so you just walk right past. But you really shouldn't be designing your game so it's so fucking annoying that everybody wants to skip it. Who designs a game to be so annoying that nobody wants to, well, you know, play the game? Bloom retrieved. Oh, I forgot I lost my globe.
Fight off.
Well, this is obviously not... Oh, we can see. If the first game was worse than this one, I don't know how the fuck the company had people excited for the second game. If this was the first game and they were like, our next one will fix all the problems, I'd be like, okay, I'll see where it's going. But you're telling me you played a game even worse than this and thought to yourself, man, I can't wait to see where this is going. No, I didn't try the first game. Bro, Souls games are some of the sloppiest slop games you've ever seen in your life. No offense, but like, the problem is Elden Ring and Dark Souls 1 and 3 are so much better than any other Souls-like game that I think that people legitimately don't know what else to play because you have one game developer so far out surpassing everybody. So Souls games often get this slop like this. Because there's nothing better to do. And Dark Souls 2, surely. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the salvage trebuchets is in that area. Why do people hate Dark Souls 2? Oh man, a lot of reasons. So, Dark Souls 2 wasn't a... Like, it wasn't designed like shit. They just had a couple overbearing design decisions that so engulfed the entire product that it's hard to look past them because they're so overbearing. So, for example, your max HP goes down each time you die, but you have a consumable that allows you to reset the lost HP. So... that's not something you can kind of just be like, well, that's bad design. But other than that, because, you know, because that one thing is so overbearing on the entire game. You know what I mean? And it's not just that. There's also the soul memory I was talking about earlier. Things like, if you die and don't recover your souls, they still count to your soul memory. Which means that when you PvP, it matches you by your soul memory. Which is exactly as bad as you're thinking. So that if your character dies a lot without recovering your souls, you now get ganked by people twice your level in a hopeless fight. Not a very smart decision. Some might even call it actively stupid. Me, I'm calling it that. What are some other decisions? A lot of the fights were gank fights, which the player base as a whole is very torn on. Some people like the creativity, and a lot of people don't like the creativity. I like how these guys jump and do an AoE attack on their land. It's so perfect. Ten out of 10. Because, I mean, think about it, right? That would mean that if you were sprinting, you could walk past them. Absolutely the fuck not. Use your funny Dark Souls spam dodge or die. This game, likewise, seems like a halfway decent game. Unfortunately, attached at the hip to the worst fucking design decisions I've seen of any Souls game literally ever. To the point where I would legitimately call Dark Souls 2 the superior product. mean, Dark Souls 2 was a fine game for what it is. Maybe I'll go back and play through it all the way through one day, but it is not this day. On this day, we hate. Bro, I cannot find the salvage trebuchets. I mean, it's gotta be in that area, right? I think I legitimately don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna Google where it is. It is in that dungeon. But where? Where and how? How and also where? Where and then how? How? And then where? What the hell? Well, that's odd. I already cleared all the corruption here. Is there a thingy I didn't clear? I don't think so. That's odd. It's just amusing to me how much this game copies from Dark Souls 2, but whereas Dark Souls 2 was a very new game, this is not a new game. And therefore, there's no real excuse for it to suck so much dick. Ganks meaning, yeah, like a 5v1. Dark Souls 2 is notorious for ganks. Gank bosses, gank fights, gank areas. It's also notorious for being so enemy heavy, although I think that was Scholar of the First Sin. I never played it before that, but there's some areas that are so proliferated with enemies that if you die, it's like you legitimately let out a sigh because there's too many enemies to just run right past. But there's too many enemies also that you want to stop and kill them all. So you're left in a shitty position of like, It's like I remember the underwater dock area or whatever. It was like some like sea pier with a boat. Bro, there were so many enemies there. It took me like 5 minutes to cut through them all to get back. And I was just like, bro, this is so lame. The thing was, I didn't even think the enemies were that badly designed. I thought they were perfectly fine enemies, really. But after you get through the enemies, then you get to try the boss, and then if you die, you're like, oh boy, here I go clearing enemies for 5 minutes again. So then your best bet is to try to run past them to save time. But because the enemy density is so high, like I'm talking at any given point, you could have something like 5 dogs chasing you if you try to run past. I'm not even joking, like it'll literally be like 5 dogs are chasing after you and you're just like, bro, please, I just want to make a corpse run to the boss. Okay, chat, think with me here. Think with me. Where would this stupid axe be? Trebuchets. I've checked everything. I have. Okay, so that's across the aisle. There's nothing down there. Okay. And this is the last room, but there's nothing in it. Oh my fucking god. See, now normally, chat, normally... Can I get back here? If you were a smart developer, you'd have put a light or something to signify that there was something here, you know? That's what a normal, competent developer would do. Evidently not so. Completely missable side path. The completely missable side path that has no lighting and isn't envisioned when you walk into the room. Once again, that's what I'm saying. There needs to be a notification when you've actually finished a dungeon or not. Elden Ring did it. Skyrim did it. Both those games pretty decently rated. I think people overall call them fairly good games. Wait, it shoot the X's? Well, I see no reason to not use that, chat. Dare I say it's probably the most perfect weapon ever created by man. A trebuchet that launches axes. Honestly, it's a perfect design. 10 out of 10. I gotta shoot something to see its damage, though. Ooh. I mean, it obviously has to charge for a bit of time, but ooh. Hey guys, what if we put like 92 of the really annoying enemies down? Wow, says developer number 2. That's such a good idea. That'll be so annoying for the players. They'll hate it. Ha ha, they say. Ha ha ha. Fuck the players. They all laugh. Ha ha ha. Why does anyone buy our game? Dude, the worst part is how many enemies have these command grabs that do like 1.5 health bars. And I don't mean that to exaggerate. I mean, it will literally kill your entire first health bar and then continue to do damage to your next. Really a mystery. Well, like maybe if a couple enemies had grabs, but I don't think grabs are a particularly loved concept, are they? I'm pretty sure most people look at grabs and go, wow, I hate it. Why does it blur the music for that section? It's odd. Okay, so what's his name? Lord Farquaad, Mr. Suffering, said that the sword is really up there. Well, it's because they give you infinite stamina, which I guess in their mind is good for keeping the action and pacing. but in reality just means you spam dodge roll in every direction. Which then means the enemies need to time their attacks with absolute precision, because if they don't, you'll just ignore it. Okay, so how the hell do I get up there then? That's the same problem that Dark Souls 3 ran into, which is why they did Elden Ring, and then Elden Ring ran into the same problem, and that's why the Elden Ring DLC has hit patterns that are like dodge, dodge, wait, dodge, wait, dodge, wait, dodge, dodge, wait, wait, dodge, dodge, wait, dodge, 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 wait, 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 dodge, dodge, wait, dodge, dodge, wait, 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 dodge, wait, dodge, dodge, wait, dodge, because you have infinite goddamn stamina, so they can't whittle you down. They have to actually kill you in a combo. So you're telling me not to... Oh, is there just an entrance here? I could probably deal with either a slower weapon or a faster weapon. I feel like the axe is a perfect amount of bad speed. Does that make sense? It's like too slow to use as a normal weapon, but not slow enough to just be a giga damage hit trader. Although to be fair, I don't think hit trading is going to be a thing in this game. Bart, are you fucking kidding me? Well, that's new. I don't know his attack patterns, and I'm not gonna learn them. They're stupid is what they are. By the way, that's why Mesmer's attack patterns... If you ever notice what Mesmer does, is he sends out an attack. So he'll like hold, attack, and then attack real quick in a chasing roller skate motion. They did that in the Elden Ring DLC because if you dodge roll improperly, it frame traps you to auto hit the next attack. You can't just dodge roll the first attack. No, you have to dodge roll it perfectly. And that's why I think the Elden Ring DLC is actually quite shit. Because they couldn't admit that dodge rolling was overpowered and they needed to raise its stamina cost again. Oh, this is new. Remember what I said about gang fights? For him, I mean. That's odd. If I upgrade this weapon, it'll probably be usable. Right now, it's a bit too slow, I would say. Great Martyr Blade. Inspection. Could deal with this. Am I supposed to be naked? Yeah, my mortal shell has been exposed. And now I'm giving everybody a taste of that shell. That's sort of a jump air attack? I don't think so. Honestly, I might prefer the X still. I guess we... Sword swap? Your sword swap. Is this every weapon in the game? It's not really a lot of weapons. Oh, thus far it seems fine. Shall revived Eridrim, the blah 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 blah. We must return to Morrow Keep.
Praise be, Harbinger.
Well, how many pluses is this weapon up to?
Anything eager to please her, are you?
Oh my god, that's a +4 already? Ugh. Chat, my caps lock is on when I wrote that, so you guys are just gonna have to deal with it. I do not apologize. Oh, I'm out of Cheez-Its. Oh, let's put some at the bottom.
Well, she ain't exactly her own self, but it's a start. It's my fault that her innards were fooched.
Well, so far, with absolutely nobody voting, it seems Great Martyr's Blade is winning. So I guess we're gonna be martyr-pilled here.
Eggbringer.
Eggbringer. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. Oops. I went to click it as in, like, where is this? Am I here? Where am I?
Your shell serves you as a brother.
I think I'm in tutorial land. Tutorlandia. I'll just go to the outskirts of Mammon. Mammon. Okay, well these things are tanky. Ah, yes. Okay, in all seriousness, and I'm legitimately curious, did they like quadruple the amount of damage in the game before launch with no testing? Because that is the only reason I can think of for enemies to be doing this much damage.
Let me help you. Go ahead, Harbinger.
I think there's a difference though, because in this game you get hit once by enemies that you'd think would not even be able to do anything.
Good.
And they do a fourth your health. There's no build. Everyone builds the same. You only can click level up. There's nothing beyond level up. I mean, is it an open world game or not? Because I'm not really feeling open worlded at this point. Okay, I'm not sure about this whole sending them flying so that I can't continue my combo thing. A little bit of a problem with that. I only need 500 to level up. Let me just do that really quick. Chat, it's not a crossbow, it's a trebuchet. Okay? A trebuchet mixed with an axe. A trebuchet. It's totally different, Chat. I honestly don't know how you're mixing them up. Are you maybe not used to seeing trebuchets? Your inner racism is showing, Chat. Frankly, I'm embarrassed for you. $52 gloom for beating apparently the destroyer of heaven with that damage. Bro could solo the bosses down in a few moments if he wanted. Was that literally my entire health bar? Okay, sure. Why not? I'd say this is a high-level area, but like I'm not even getting souls for clearing it. I'm just trying to get it on. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, let's try to kill this fucker. Did I give him back his spear to be nice? Starstone temper ready. What does that mean? Let me think here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, hold on. Shoulder bash does a little bit more damage. Shoulder bash, less cost. Repose strength, slaughterer. Slaughterer gives me damage reduction. Shoulder bash inflicts bash. Sorry, weak stacks. You know how in Entity handholds as far as in DBD, I'm seeing the same thing here? Bro, I'm the fucking survival. This game's like a goddamn horror survival for me. Not the enemies, for me. Every time I touch an enemy, I'm like, oh, they're that tanky and they do that much damage? Oh, that's pretty high. I can't help but feel like as if there's a middle ground in between games that are too easy and his spear jab does 75% of my HP. I feel like there might be some leeway on the issue. So I'm starting to think I can't really do this zone. The difficulty spikes here seem to be almost unreachable. All right. You know, I can't help but feel the idea of being an open world game falls apart really hard when you're like, okay, you can go anywhere, do anything. And I'm like, really? They're like, yes, this area will hit you for half your health bar. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And they're like, and this area will literally just kill you in one hit. And I'm like, wow, not really open world then, is it? You know, I will make a note that in most games, they give you temporary invulnerability after your execute ability, so enemies that are sitting behind you spam attacking don't instantly lower your health to half. Just, you know, one of those things that literally any competent game does. But I mean, I got stuck in the wall. They're up here with Duke Nukem Forever in great game design. Seriously. That's not even an insult. They've got the best game design, like Duke Nukem Forever, when it comes to executes. Both of them make literally these same mistakes. It's actually crazy when you think about it. It's like they watched Duke Nukem Forever and thought to themselves, man, can we get a game to be as shitty as that? Wait, was I just brought out of my form and... Huh. Ah! Okay. Okay, so I guess this is not as open world as I was thinking it would be. Well, what is there left to do then? Or maybe that's just the difficulty I'm supposed to be at now? Am I just supposed to never be getting hit? I can't really use a heavy weapon then, can I? I mean, I'm trying to use the super sword, but, well, I mean, you guys see how it's going. Super heavy weapons are underpowered as shit on Elden Ring's launch too. Maybe they're just stupid? No, you know what? They probably copied Elden Ring and they were like, well, Elden Ring had shitty heavy weapons on launch. We need shitty heavy weapons. To which any normal sane person would go, what? What? How did you possibly have that be your takeaway? And they're like, you don't understand. We have to make our weapons exactly like Elden Ring. Elden Ring. I mean, it's a pretty game.
Oh, another follower.
It's a game that seems like it should be good.
You're wanting to become a man of the cloth? Well, drop your offering in the pile. Well, some say nothing is the best gift of all. Now take a sip, mate. Relax.
Mate.
And leave me alone. That's the path to enlightency. Ah, imagine this. Nowhere to go, no one to be. Just let life pass on by. Go ahead, try it. Over there. Anywhere but here. Did you not hear me? Go sit and be quiet. Did you not hear me? Go.
Little did you know, this is actually how you reach the super secret post-endgame content. You have to sit there and then fart in your chair for 5 minutes, and boom, you unlock it. Just kill them, they're a weird cult. Chet, you can't just go around killing people all the time. What is wrong with you? That's weird, Chet. That's weird. That mentality, that's dangerous to humanity. And you know what, Chet? I thought better of you. I guess I was wrong. They keep having these dungeons, but so few of the dungeons are actually interesting. Some of them are, yes, but that's why I use so few of them. You're dealing like 68 damage on the stabs 5 hours ago. You're dealing like 72 now on heavy swings. You know, chat, I'm getting to thinking, I'm getting to feeling that the starting weapon is really overpowered. I'm feeling it in my bones. Why? Because its heavy attacks don't actually seem to be slow. And it seems like they were supposed to be slow. If I walk through that portal, I enter a new reality where there wasn't a door. Don't ask, it just happened. But... am I just supposed to sprint over there? Huh. Vegas game wants me immersive, but he's still clinging to numbers on the screen. I mean, you can turn the damage numbers off. I just wouldn't, because hating damage numbers is like being wrong about everything. If you hate damage numbers, do you also hate Jesus? Jesus was on screen damage numbers. The amount of forced fall damage you need to take in this game is kind of unreal. Okay, so we just can't do that. I had to check. You know what I mean? It's better to just stand completely still and do a really bored parry than try to interact with the opponents. Okay, you know, it definitely feels like this should be swinging for a lot more damage, and it's not. I don't know if I'm using it wrong, but like... odd. So that's a portal I need to go through. Okay, let me think. It needs a dash to go through this door? I used one, I showed you. Just jump, chat. We're Dark Souls 1 here. We don't jump. I have no idea why that worked, but okay. Huh. What? Huh? Okay. Wait a minute. I have no idea. Is this the only difference between the realities? What if I go back down? Okay. I'm either too stupid or too smart to figure this out at this point. And reasonably, I'm not sure which it is. Huh? Keep shooting it, but not from below. The only place I can go to shoot the bell What? I'm gonna go ahead and give the suggestion, the idea, perhaps, that that's not working, Chad. So what is the differences between the realities? That reality has that door locked, but this reality doesn't. But this reality can't get through this door. Chat, give me advice here. You know, use that Giga brain of yours, chat. I know y'all are super smart. Okay, so what did we learn, chat? That's right. We shoot the bell, which creates a platform which lets us walk through the portal. Okay. Now we're through the portal, which lets us step on this button, which doesn't do anything. It also lets us step on this, which allows us to get to here. Now that we're here, we can... I don't know what this being here allows us to do. Okay. If I just sat my camera on the room, and let you guys guess as many guesses as you could for as long a time as you could, how long would it have taken you to guess that? Projectiles generate a knockback shockwave on impact. Two minutes, dang. You're fast there, buddy. Quick question, where am I? Oh, that's right, I was in the other zone. Well, that's weird, it didn't give me an exit. Normally, if you complete a dungeon, it gives you an exit. Yep. Oh, why would it have this then? Swap forms. What do you mean? Swap into the other dimension? But this one can't get in there. Oh, this one can get in there. You want me to die? I don't know if that's a good idea. You know what, Snow Dart? You're the smartest guy here. And then Bartholomew. And then Bacht. And then Briggs. And then Aromatic Sweat. Yep. Everyone here. Why would I have to let the monk kill me? So I think that's just light. And I think I was supposed to go here to grab that, but it's still weird, there's no ending. Whatever. Chad, this sword kind of sucks. I'm gonna say it. Chad. I think the starting sword is like the best one. And I don't know why they made it so good, but they did. Going through the portal doesn't do anything because I can't get in there in the portal world. Hello, Alice. But why is the damage so pathetic? If I compare that to my Iconoclast, which has less points in it.
To me!
Annoying. It just looks like the Iconoclast is your best weapon. I've tried the other two. The axe seems a little bit reasonable at least, but the Giga Sword seems terrible. Unless I'm just not understanding some mechanic that it's doing. This one at least has that charging heavy attack, right? I mean, it kind of sucks that you have to continuously do charging heavies, which is a bit awkward, but at least it does damage. The Great Sword's heavies also knock people away, which is like really not as good as you're thinking. Okay. I guess I should have seen that coming somehow. Make blood offering. Just my whole health bar, huh? The whole thing. Okay. Yeah, cool. Oh, great game. Honestly, I feel like this is a 10 out of 10. You know what this game reminds me of? A shit game because it's shit. Honestly, at what point do I not just sit on the iconoclast? This is a +3, that's a +4, that's a +5. If the +5 isn't performing better, I mean, I know it sent some huge boost, but like, I guess they're just doing stabby stab build. Stab, stab. The only thing this weapon doesn't have is good dash moves. Its dash moves are simply terrible. Okay. They offered up their blood.
Like my brother.
Oh.
I was a hypocrite. After yet another night of debauchery, my reckoning finally came. I woke up battered, broken, and for the first time, she spoke to me. Matka. She told me what I must do.
What I must do. I wasn't expecting to get Roby Lux here.
Brother Smirt.
Smirt. Bro, someone's named Brother Smirt. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Never spoken to her.
I pray each day,
and
I am a humble vessel of Matka's will, as are you.
Well, I spoke to her.
Chad, if any of you know speak up now so we can eliminate you?
I can show you. But it will be unorthodox.
Will I be making a video about this game? Bro, remember I made that video about Dragon's Dogma? And I was like, yeah, this game's kind of not that good. And everybody was like, fuck you. Then a month later, oh yeah, you're actually right. But then they didn't watch it after a month, did they? No, everybody watched it before when I hated on it.
Is it? Strike me.
I will not indulge your madness.
Fine. Then I will.
Smart.
Encourage you.
Stay your hand, brother. Or else.
Or what? Will you punish me?
It's whether or not I will humble you, brother Smart.
Yes, that's
what do you mean?
You've done it. Hear her. The great Mother.
Mother.
She's here. She says I must humble you too.
Switch to Smart? Fuck yeah, we're Smart maxing. Smart sacrifices half of his health to halt time and enter a fight stance. Unarmed attacks inflict chaos, detonating when time resumes. Extend Miracle into overtime by sacrificing additional health. Chaos. Faith. While in this state, melee attacks regenerate additional resolve. Deadly Revelation. At 10% or lower health, Smart has Faith. While in this state, melee attacks regenerate additional resolve. I'm smart maxing. Oh, I'm smarting it up. Okay, smart doesn't seem very good, I'm gonna be real. I have to sacrifice half my health for that? Bro, do they realize how much half is? Because, you know, that's a lot. You know, I can understand using the poison enemies a few times, maybe. But, like, bro, why are they in every fucking zone? There's no way. My lavender robe. Okay, change masks. Change shell and equipment. Shadow Dash. Thus far, I'm not sure I'm liking anything here, chat. You gotta be 10% HP. Bro, just sit at 10% health spamming your time stop. That's a real mechanic. That's a real gameplay. Real men do that strategy, chat. I mean, Knight with sword, pretty good look, I won't lie. What's the problem is that... Bro, I was joking about the poison enemies, and then there's another fucking poison enemy. Jesus, man. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. They really like their, poison zones, huh? I played Dying Light the Beast? Dying Light the Beast? No. You know, maybe if I upgrade that guy's abilities, he gets good. That's a thought, chat. That's a thought. Why did none of you think of that, chat? What can I rely on you for, chat? Absolutely nothing. I think I just accept this death. Huh? Well, that's odd. Bro, how did I go to 6 poison so quickly? This game can suck my dick. What is wrong with these devs, man? Why not? Well, I can check out back at the base what his upgrades would be. Aesthetically, I don't hate him. I'm just not in love with him. Though to be fair, his abilities also seem cheesy as shit. Eggstone. Eggstone? Eggstone. Only usable on crossbow on the other one. Consumes resolve to infuse your sidearm with poison. Now, how good is this thing? Fuse your weapon with blood curse. Oh, so it's just bleed. Oh, well, at least I have a robe now. It's not too bad. Means that I don't look like, well, naked. I mean, best case scenario, I could maybe try to find the scythe, but scythe with knight? I don't know, chat. That doesn't do it for me. I'm not inspired by that, you know? Didn't I, let's see, unknown shell. Yeah, but that area just two-shots me. Like, what the frickle freckle? . Imagine trying to fight in a boss in that area that almost shoots. Bro, like, end me with the fact half the goddamn enemies are these stupid poison enemies. Like, who decided? I know I keep saying this, chat. But like, who designed this? All that for a single laterite, huh?
Come. Let me...
Okay. So... There doesn't really seem to be anything usable here. And Chad, almost all these areas in boss fights are just ass. I don't really have a better way to phrase it. They're just ass. I'm starting to think the developers didn't really add many enemies into the game, hence they're reusing them, but they're reusing the most annoying piece of shit. I'll be right back. Well, seeing as it's pretty late, chat, I guess I'll be done for today. I guess we'll play this tomorrow. I don't really have anything else to do. I'm thoroughly whelmed. I'm thoroughly whelmed by this game. I haven't ran into their giant ball of zombies enemy yet, but like every game, they have to make a really annoying giant ball of zombies. So far, I'm a bit disappointed that the Giga two-handed weapon is shit. I'm also a bit disappointed that the generic starting straight sword is so powerful. That does tend to happen. They're really copying Dark Souls on that one. There also doesn't seem... For a game that really doesn't have that much differences... Wait, they only have 8 weapons? Wait, really? Wait. But they have, like, no differences between them. Huh. I mean... Okay. Bro, the enemies just deal so much damage, you get decimated. Anyway, I'll be right back tomorrow.